I always want to serve on a jury.
I'm really excited. So I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Create this whole trial, Daddy.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13 Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
Every time you run into hellfire, you should reach. And then I just looked at the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
I was in the eye of the storm, and you guys were watching the storm.
Hey, come pop in and say, hey, well.
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
YouTube is driving me nuts. We're gonna start off our day with all the problems. YouTube is driving me nuts. I'm having all kinds of problems, so there's no telling what's gonna happen today. I tried to start a minute ago and it wouldn't let me start, and then it said that it wasn't supported, and then the audio wouldn't work, and then the audio was working twice, and everything on my computer, every single thing on my computer is showing that it's right, and every single thing on YouTube is showing that it's wrong. And it's unsubscribing people from the channel, it's kicking people out every day. So I don't know, we're just gonna get through what we can, and I can't do anything about it. YouTube is off the chain lately, so we'll see how today goes, because it has not been an easy route with YouTube lately. And I can check all of this stuff on my end, and it shows like my internet is great. You know, my connection is great. Everything's great, but YouTube be YouTubing. It has been, oh yeah, the cell phone stuff. So, so many people lost cell service today too, this morning. So there's that too. So it's like, let's just add on extra tech problems. Brooke nearly said it unsubscribes me too. That drives me crazy. Like that's, you know, I'm losing people. There've been people that have come back and have told me like I had to, you know, it kicked them out and then unsubscribed them, and they had to come back and subscribe and then wait 5 minutes to be able to type again. Crazy. So we're going to see how it goes. We're going to see how today goes. And if it kicks you out, I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about it. If it unsubscribes you, I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about it. I wish that I could fix all the, I don't know if it's like, you know, bring your kids to work and let them just do your job, you know, year at YouTube, and they're just letting their kids handle it. I don't know what's happening, but there's been nonstop problems the last couple months, but especially like the last couple weeks, it's getting worse. It's been crazy. So we'll see how it goes. But double check, make sure you're still subscribed. If it did unsubscribe you, then it also apparently turned off your notifications. Oh, and look here, YouTube keeps sending me 2 notifications. So most people are telling me they're no longer getting my notifications, and you're telling me you're getting 2 of them. See what I mean? It's crazy. I don't know what's happening. But that's okay. It's happening on other channels. It's all over. It's all over these YouTube streets. I hope that they get it ironed out soon. Because it is, like advocates giving YouTube coffee. Maybe that's all they need. Maybe they just need coffee, you know, get their stuff together. So I don't know. But I know that all day, every day that we're doing this, I see all the comments, people where it's showing that YouTube is kicking y'all out. And it's sending you to, other channels, and it'll send you back to, I think a couple times it sent you back to the beginning of mine for a few people. So I don't know what's happening. But I have been getting y'all's messages about not getting notifications and stuff. So I don't know what's happening with YouTube. All I can tell you is just make sure that you're still subscribed. If you're not, you might want to subscribe again and hit notifications. And if it kicks you out, I'm sorry. We will wait right here and wait on your return. So I wish that look, I know I'm a technical goddess, or at least that's the story I tell people, but even with all of my technical abilities, I can't fix what they're doing. So anywho, we'll get through it. So today, we have, oh my gosh, my hair looks great. Look, this is how, I don't think you can see it very well then. This is like, I haven't brushed it or anything. I took a shower last night and went to bed, and this is bed head, and I went straight to treatment and then came straight here. But if you think this looks good, then hey, we're gonna do it. We're gonna go with it. I like it. All right, so it just got kicked out as you speak. See what I mean? It happened. Like, I don't even know. It happens, and then like our numbers will show like I'll lose like 200 or 300 people all at once, and then and then people are like come back in like, hey, what happened? Where y'all been? So YouTube be YouTubing. All right, so today what we're going to do, actually, let me do it this way. I am going to do I know that everybody is wanting to keep an eye on the Adam Montgomery verdict watch. So I do have it in the corner so that we can watch in case a verdict comes in. But we will keep that up in the corner, but we will get going on today. And I saw some people in the comments, speaking of YouTube be YouTubing, I saw some people in the comments saying that on some of your screens, it's showing that today's date is labeled wrong. And like today is labeled as yesterday or something. And I checked on mine, on both of mine, that one shows that it's right. But I saw some of you were saying like, somebody said on their TV, it shows that it was one day, and then on their phone, it showed a different day or something. So that I don't even know what's going on half the time. YouTube, gotta love it. Yeah, Lucy looks like she's on the desk. She's got a little bit of an attitude with me right now. She's not a happy camper, because it is insanely beautiful outside today. It is. I was just messaging my mods about this. I was like, I really just would rather be on the beach in the sun reading a book. But that's okay. But it is insanely beautiful. So she's been at the window, and she's wanting to go out there. So she's a little bit salty with me right now because we're not outside, but she'll get over it. She'll be fine. We'll go out there when we finish. I can tell because she won't stop looking at you. Yeah, she's trying to make sure that I see her pouting. I see you pouting. I know you're still mad. It's fine. She's a sassy little thing. All right, so today we are starting day 26. So where we left off, the defense is still presenting their case. I have not looked ahead. Sometimes I will look ahead to see a little bit about what happens. I have not looked ahead at all today. So we are going to experience everything together as one big happy family. So let's get this going. Okay, so this is where we're starting at. So that draft protective order, remember yesterday, they did the motion to quash the testimony for the attorney Rose, who was the divorce attorney for Fotis, and he said he's not going to quash the subpoena, but he will take a look if they draft like parameters on what he can and cannot testify about. So that's what they're about to go over. Y'all can't hear it? It shows on mine. What the heck? Hold on, let me refresh my YouTube feed stuff. Okay.
Legal advice and strategy
hear
with
it?
his former client, Fotis Dulos. Additionally, it is further ordered that Attorney Michael Rose shall not offer testimony regarding any documents that have been sealed by the court in Mr. Dulos' divorce proceeding. Attorney Schoenhorn, do you wish to be heard?
If I may just review the language for one moment. That's fine, Your Honor. And I'll just note I have discussed that, in fact, what I believed would have been the limits directly with Attorney Rose, and that was, of course, with permission of
Why can't it be
Mr.
muted
Rose's
during
counsel, Jeffrey Ment. So I have no problem with the language as proposed here.
Thank you. So the court will enter the protective order. It is now in order of the court. Thank you, Attorney Jennings.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are you ready with your witnesses, Attorney Schoenhorn?
I am, Your Honor.
Thank you. We can bring the jury in, please.
Did AT&T buy YouTube? You know, maybe. Oops. Of course, it doesn't mute it during Shoehorn. It just mutes it during our judge, who we love.
The defense calls Professor Elizabeth Loftus, please.
Wait. Why is that name familiar?
You could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Wait.
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
I know her.
My name is Elizabeth Loftus. It's L-O-F as in Foxtrot, T-U-S as in Sierra.
Professor, you may be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may inquire.
I know her.
Thank you.
Ooh,
Good
I
morning,
am not a
Professor
fan of
Loftus.
her.
Good morning.
Would you please
Hold on.
indicate
It
to
might
the
be
members
the
of the
same
jury what your present occupation is?
I'm currently a distinguished professor at the University of California, Irvine.
It is her. I'm not
Could
a
you
fan.
tell the jury what areas, you're a professor there?
Yes.
Could you tell the members of the jury in what areas you instruct?
I know her.
Well,
I mean, I
I'm
don't
an
know
experimental psychologist. I specialize in human memory, and I teach courses in eyewitness testimony and memory.
Could you indicate how long have you been at the University of California at Irvine?
I'm already
Approximately
mad.
22 years.
Did you have a career prior to being at Irvine?
I did, yes.
Could you tell the jury where you were before that?
Well, before UC Irvine, I was on the faculty at the university.
I will let you all form your own opinions. I am not a fan. I don't like her. I feel like, and you can all form your own opinions, I feel like the stuff that I've seen her in, she is more concerned with high profile cases and trying to get her name out there. And some of the cases that I know her from are ones that she had no business trying to get them off, but we'll see. Maybe she's changed.
Washington in Seattle for 29 years.
Prior to Irvine?
Right, then I was recruited by UC Irvine in 2002.
Are you in a particular department at UC Irvine?
Well, I'm in the Department of Psychological Science. Another department is Criminology, Law, and Society. And I'm also a professor of law.
Could you indicate what academic degrees you hold?
Well, starting with college, I guess. I have a bachelor's degree from UCLA. I majored in mathematics and also psychology. That was 1966. Then I went to Stanford and received my master's degree in psychology and then a PhD in psychology in 1970.
Showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit II for identification. I'm just going to ask if this is a copy of your most recent curriculum vitae or resume.
Yes, it is.
I would offer it.
I have no objection.
Do you need it for?
Well, in case I might need to look something up.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Does it need to be marked as full?
Well, it's II, correct?
Yes.
II marked as full.
Could you indicate to the members of the jury what kind of background research that you've been involved in over the years connected to your field?
Well, in all these years that I've been a professor, I've been studying human memory. And so I don't know how much detail you want about that, but basically the kind of work that I do is to expose people to simulated events, usually crimes, accidents, or other events, and study their memory for what they witnessed. Or sometimes we plant entire memories into the minds of people for purposes of studying how distorted or false memories develop.
You indicated that this was simulated. Is that the term you used?
Yes, in many of the studies we will stage events in front of people or show them a film of an event. For example, that's what I mean by simulated.
Do you also...
Okay, I want to be very clear. Memory and faulty memory and implanted memories and things that you create as memories in your mind, all of that stuff is very valid. I studied that in school too, and it was always very, very interesting. All of that stuff is very valid. What I don't like is when people try to use that study to try to get off a bunch of sleaze bags, but we'll continue.
Study situations of real life incidents and memories.
Well, I do study many real life incidents, but I've also been involved in research where the events aren't simulated. People are experiencing something very upsetting, arousing, traumatic, and their memory isn't being tested. For example, in a couple of soldiers who are going to survival school, they're learning what it's going to be like if they're ever captured as prisoners of war, and I've been a collaborator on a research team studying their memories and the extent to which they can be led to develop false beliefs or false memories.
When you worked on with these soldiers, who was that for? What was the funding for that particular study?
I worked with a psychiatrist named Dr. Charles Morgan, who's been studying these soldiers for a long time. And in a few of his studies, I collaborated with him, and we introduced certain measures that were similar to the kinds of things that I do in my other research. So I can't really tell you where he was getting his funding, but he was in cooperation with the military.
In cooperation with the actual military departments?
Yes.
Could you tell us whether you hold any honorary degrees?
I do.
Let the jury know.
I have 8 honorary doctorates, a couple of them from universities in the United States, a couple of them from universities in Great Britain, one from the University of Oslo, one from Australian National University, that's the most recent one from Haifa in Israel, and there may be some others that I'm hopefully not forgetting.
Are they in yours? If you don't have to look them up, but
Okay.
Are they in the CV if the jury wants to look at that document?
Yes.
Do you also have any fellowships that you have received?
Well, I've received fellowships over the years. For example, I went to the Center for Advanced Study in the Behavioral Sciences at Stanford. 1 year, took a leave from the University of Washington. That would be one example.
Have you received any grants for your work?
I've received many grants from the National Science Foundation, National Institute of Mental Health, Department of Transportation, the U.S. Department of Transportation, for my studies on memory.
As part of your work doing research, have you prepared papers and reports with regard to your actual studies and the outcomes that you had found?
Many, many times, yes.
And were they published?
Well, I've published I don't know, over 20 books and well over 600 scientific articles and chapters, primarily describing this scientific work, and these are all listed in this CV.
Right. I'm not going to ask you to go through them, but they are listed in there.
Yes, they are.
Can you tell us whether any of those papers and other books that you published were peer-reviewed?
I would say probably the majority of them are peer-reviewed.
Could you just explain very briefly to the jury what peer review means?
When a scientist submits an article to a journal and hopes to see the article published in that journal, the editor of the journal will send out the article to some reviewers. Depending on the practices of the journal, it might be 3 reviewers, it might be 2, or it might be somewhat more. And those reviewers make a recommendation about whether the quality of the work, whether it's worthy of scientific publication, whether it's appropriate for that journal. So that is the peer review process, and many of my articles have been through that process. But I might also add that I serve on and have served on many editorial boards myself and been a peer reviewer of the work of other scientists.
When we talk about the word peer, are we talking about other scientists that are in the same field as you and therefore knowledgeable, as opposed to, let's say, editor of a magazine or something like that?
Yes, they would go to other scientists for their reactions, and those scientists would presumably be working in the same field.
Are you a member of any professional organizations related to your field?
Yes, I'm a member of a number of organizations. For example, the Association for Psychological Science is maybe a major organization for research academic psychologists, and I was president of that organization, I think, in 1998. I'm a member of the Western Psychological Association, which covers the western region of the United States, which is where I live and work. And I was president of that organization twice. I'm a member of a number of other organizations, some of them elected positions.
Are they in your CV as well?
Yes. For example, the National Academy of Sciences, which is an organization with members who are elected from all areas of science.
Now, I'm not going to go through your entire CV, but how many pages is it, so at least the jury knows in advance how long it is?
48 pages.
And it's mostly single-spaced?
Single-spaced, yes.
All right. So we won't go through all the 43 pages. Have you published articles, books, and in journals?
Yes.
Approximately how many over the years in the field of science of memory?
Well, as I testified, I've published over 600 articles. I have published on a few other topics occasionally, but the vast majority of the articles are in the area of memory.
Could you just indicate whether or not you yourself, as the author, have published full books?
Yes, I've authored or co-authored over 20 books.
They in the CV as well?
Yes, yes.
And approximately how many research experiments have you conducted in your career in the area of memory and the psychology and science of memory?
I don't know how many experiments. It would be hundreds and hundreds of experiments involving tens and tens of thousands of people.
You also teach?
I do, yes.
Do you have research assistants in your field that you mentor and teach?
Yes, graduate students who are working on their PhDs, undergraduate research assistants, sometimes who are in the honors program, for example. Maybe working on an honors thesis, I might be supervising. We have something called a post-bac program, which is a program of individuals who are wanting some extra experience after they've already graduated college. I mentor those frequently.
Have you ever testified as an expert in court in the field of memory?
Many times, yes.
Could you give a ballpark figure of the number of times?
I've testified, over 300 times in trials since June 3rd, 1975.
Have you also testified at hearings that may not have involved a full trial, maybe in front of a judge or a magistrate?
Testified in hearings or testified in depositions and other kinds of situations where you're under oath.
Do you testify in both civil and criminal cases?
I do.
Can you just, without naming the 300 cases, just indicate in what some of the jurisdictions where you've testified as an expert?
Well, I've testified in many different states in the United States, including Connecticut. I've testified in federal court. I've testified in military trials. I've testified twice in South Korea and once in Israel in a trial. Maybe some other countries that I'm not remembering. Maybe a couple of times in Canada.
Have you ever consulted with government agencies in your field as an expert in memory?
I have. I've and these are listed on the CV too, but I've consulted with the Secret Service, the FBI, the CIA, the IRS, and other agencies.
Have you ever been retained by the Department of Justice, the Federal Department of Justice?
Yes. I've consulted with them on the crime victimization survey, I think, but that was a long time ago.
Incidentally, when you do testify an expert, do you get compensated for your time?
Usually, yes. Sometimes, occasionally, it's a pro bono situation. And every now and then, I expect to be compensated, but it doesn't happen, and I might get mad. But mostly, I'm compensated for my time.
Have you been compensated up till now in this case?
Yes.
So was there a business agreement, a contract that was signed with my office some time ago?
Yes.
And it lists
3 years ago, I believe.
And it lists the hourly rate?
Well, I believe at the time I was charging $600 an hour at the time we made our agreement, and I have agreed to stick to that figure.
And is it set forth in the agreement?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yeah.
I'm already mad.
Double S. Can you tell us if that's the written agreement that you and my office entered into?
Yes.
And when was it that we entered into that agreement?
Well, we signed it in August 2020.
And prior to now, have you and I consulted about the case?
A number of times, yes.
And you billed for your time consulting, right?
Yes.
I would offer Exhibit double S. I have no objection.
Double S admitted as well.
And I'm just going to show the jury, if I may.
Okay, I just want to say this. If I'm on that jury and I don't recognize her, because a lot of people don't follow true crime the way that we do, and I get that. And if they do, then they're probably not going to be chosen for the jury. But if they find out, or if they bring up some of the people that she's represented and tried to get off, get out of, getting convicted and stuff, I think that will work for the prosecution. I don't know if they're even allowed to bring it up, but that will work for the prosecution more than the defense, because once you see or hear some of the people that she's represented, if the jury is able to hear that information, then they're going to be like, oh, so that's what you do. You come in and try to get people off. Okay. And that'll lump her in that with me. That's just my opinion. I don't even know if they're going to allow her to say who she's testified for, but probably not. Well, maybe. I don't know.
Yes. Oh. Didn't work. Just do me a favor. Show me what you press. So I just press this button until it goes to the almost number 2. Oh, got it. Okay. Right. And I'm not going to go through it right now, but if I show you the cord.
Yeah, if any of y'all
show you
watched,
Exhibit double S here.
There are people that waited, so no spoilers for the people that have waited.
Is this the agreement?
Yes.
And it shows under consultant fees the rate you're charging right here? Okay. And this is your signature, electronic signature, and my signature on the last page here?
My actual signature, yes.
Okay. And I also just want the jury, if I could have your CV for one moment, please.
Sure.
And noting this is Exhibit II, and the date, October 2023, is that the date you revised? This was the most recent printed CV.
Yes.
And just turning it over so the jury knows what we're talking about. This is the first page of your CV?
Yes.
Okay. You want to keep it there for the moment?
If you are asking me some questions, it might help. Thank you.
Thank you. Incidentally, in those cases where you have testified as
they have reached a verdict for Adam Montgomery. So as soon as they come in, we'll pause it and watch.
An expert, did it involve the issues of various influences on memory and the brain?
Memory, yes. That's a frequent topic of expert testimony.
Does your expertise include explaining how memory works or whether there are stages of memory?
Yes.
Could you just very briefly tell the jury how that works?
Well,
based on your research, obviously.
Yeah, so just to be brief and simple, memory does not work like a recording device. We don't just record the event and play it back later the way a recorder would work. The process is more complex, and as scientists, we tend to divide that process into a number of stages. So, for example, an event happens or some events happen and some information comes into a person's memory. That's called the acquisition stage. Then time passes and memory fades. You don't need a PhD to know that. But what happens when time passes, we call that the retention stage. Some factors can come into play that can affect memory. The final stage is retrieval. That's
all right. Let me do it this way. I'm gonna let her talk for a minute while they're pulling everybody in.
Tries to remember what happened at the event, tries to answer questions, tries to tell in their own words what happened, tries to testify in court. So our job as scientists is to identify and study the factors that come into play at each of those stages that affect the accuracy of somebody's memory. And my work has tended to focus on that retention stage. Once the event is over and bits and pieces of information have been stored in memory, what happens to that memory and how does it get contaminated or distorted or changed, and how does that happen?
Does memory form or get stored differently for startling events versus routine events?
Well, typically with a shocking event, people have certainly a better memory for the fact that the event itself happened. Sometimes their memory can be distorted for various details about that shocking event. But in general, you're going to probably remember more about a shocking event than a mundane event.
Is the concept of inconsistency in memory retention, is it common or not common?
We do talk about inconsistencies. When somebody's memory changes from one point in time to another, they are expressing an inconsistency. Sometimes I just talk about a change in memory.
Were you asked to review any materials in specific connection to the case of Michelle Troconis as part of your being retained to consult with me?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your question. But yes, I did review various legal documents, interviews of the defendant by law enforcement, lots of media coverage about the case that might potentially have affected people's recollections.
Well, specifically with regard to the interrogation interviews, what did you review?
I reviewed interrogations that took place in June of 2019 and August of 2019, for example.
Did you review videos or just transcripts?
Well, I reviewed the whole transcripts and large parts of the videos as well.
As part of your coming here to testify today, did you prepare a report about your area and your opinions?
Well, I did prepare a brief report because it was a very last-minute thing that would try to lay out some of the areas about which possible expert testimony might take place.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as TT for identification and ask if this is the report you prepared.
Yes, it is.
And when did you prepare it?
Well, it's dated February 16th, 2024, so
Recent.
recent, yes.
Okay. I'd offer it as a full exhibit, Your Honor.
I have no objection, Judge.
Is that TT?
Yes.
Yes.
Defense's TT admitted as full.
All right. So that's a good place to pause it before she gets into the before she gets into all that. So let's go to Adam Montgomery. All right, let's do a poll. Do a poll. That poor baby. Ugh. I have not seen him there. What are they showing on that phone? They're showing screenshots of themselves in court. Is that what that was? That's what it looked like. You better hide that phone. People are going to be, I guarantee you, somebody's going to take that screenshot and clean it up and figure out what all was said on that text message right there. You know, didn't they say that he was watching some of the trial from jail? If he has access to it, then other people in the jail will have access to it. Yeah, Sherry Smith said Judge should have made him attend. I know the state is different, but it ticks me off and it's wrong. I agree. I feel like he should have had to be there. It's like remember when Lori Vallow when they were going over the pictures of, you know, what they did to her poor babies, and then she didn't want to be there, and he was like, nope, you're going to stay seated, ma'am. You do not get to be excused because this is hard. Those babies didn't get to be excused because it was hard. So you can sit your butt right there and look at what you've done. I think that he should have had the same decision, but what do I know? I'm not a judge. I'd have made him, though. I'd have made him because you know that everybody in that court and everybody on that jury is going to be looking at him like, you piece of crap. And I'd have made him sit there for every single day. And I'd have had her picture printed big as hell in the front. I get real mad about the kids. A victim is a victim. I get mad about the kids. That sweet face. Tell you about some of the cases that the witnesses testified in. Ugh. She's awful.
Seated.
Try not to hide the judge. Sorry, Lucy, you got to go for a minute.
Ron? Yeah, he's being. Did you call for them? Yes. All rise for the jurors, please.
This part always makes my stomach hurt.
You may be seated.
Would the foreperson please rise? Mr. Foreperson, it's the court's understanding that the jury has reached a verdict in this matter.
That's correct.
As to charge ID 193-7947C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of second-degree assault, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson?
That is correct.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
As to charge ID 202-7112C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of second-degree murder, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson?
That is correct.
So say you all,
I got
ladies and
chills.
gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
And as to charge ID 202-7113C, charging the defendant with the crime of falsifying physical evidence, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson?
That's correct.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
And on charge ID 202-7114C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of abuse of corpse, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson.
That's correct.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
And on charge ID 202-7115C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of tampering with witnesses and informants, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson.
That's correct.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your service. You've performed an important civic duty, and that is as to the alternates as well as all the deliberating jurors. What we're going to do now is I'm going to send you back into the deliberation room. The alternates are going to be able to go back now with you. You can discuss the case with each other, so it's an opportunity for you to do that. I'm going to take a few minutes with the lawyers here, and then I will come in to discuss a couple of other matters with you further, and then you'll be released from your service. All right? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. All rise for the jurors, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Counsel, we just need to schedule sentencing. I don't know how much time the parties feel that they need. Oh.
We'll say we are scheduled here on Thursday the 2nd of March for this vote.
Will both sides be prepared? Actually, I don't know what the court may not have sufficient time that day, so let me just look. No, I'm actually going to be in trial that day. I have a docket in the morning, but I'm in trial after. It may be that maybe we could just get some time frame. Let me look to the state first about how long do you need to be prepared, and I'll have.
We may need to at least go a little bit of time beyond that. I would say, sorry, I'm just looking at my calendar as well.
Better not to give me a date. Just tell me about how far out and about how much time you think you'll need.
I think, Your Honor, we're going to need roughly 4 weeks, so somewhere around the last week of March, first week of April.
So sometime after April 1st. I know I'm going into a lengthy trial in April, so we'll see what we can do. About how long a hearing do you feel that you'll need?
Based upon my best estimate, Your Honor, is probably at least half the day, so at least a solid 3 hours. Would be the safest time period to go. If we use less of it, we use less.
Okay, just knowing what the court's docket is, and then I know I have a 3-week trial also in April. It may not be possible to get it in that month, but we'll do it as quickly thereafter as we can, as long as that's sufficient for the defense.
Putting us into May, certainly plenty of time.
Okay. If there are other constraints, please let the court know. Otherwise, we'll schedule it as the docket permits in sometime after April 1st.
Sometime
okay
after
with you?
April 1st for sentencing.
We have jury trials to work around, but smaller.
Okay. All right. I'm not inclined. I know the parties are preparing sentencing memos. I'm not inclined for a PSI unless somebody feels that one would be needed. No? Okay. Very good. Sentencing memos. Any sentencing memos should be in, I would say, given the time frame, if you can sentencing memos in 10 days in advance, that would be helpful to the court. That will give time for the court to consider any information, ample time to consider any information the court needs to consider. Anything else we need to accomplish today?
I think, Your Honor, just from the state's perspective, when we do have the sentencing date, we're getting closer, the state will ask under RSA 651:4-A that the defendant, whether he likes it or not, have to be transported here for the sentencing.
Bam!
Pursuant to that statutory authority.
Okay.
He said whether the defendant likes it or not, under statute, whatever, that he be transferred and have to be there for it.
If you're going to file something, did you say?
File that, Your Honor.
Okay.
There's very clear statute on it. There's case law on it. We will provide that to the court ahead of time and do that in plenty of time so that the defense can respond to that before we get anywhere near that 10-day mark ahead of the hearing.
Okay. Anything else the defense wants to raise?
Not at this time, thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
Look at that sweet face. It makes me sick. My stomach, like when it comes to the trials with kids, I literally can feel my stomach, like, you know, like that you hear the term in knots, and like but I know that sounds like cliche, but that's the best way to explain it. It feels like parts of your stomach just, whew. You know, oh. They don't have the date set yet. They're going to have to put it on the calendar for sometime after April 1st. So I'll keep an eye on it and figure out when they set it. Okay. All right, let's get back to catch my breath. All right. Thank you for the super chat, Tina. And thank you, Mildred. I put it out there, but I didn't get to say thank you. Thank you. Oh, all right. So I think we can all take a big collective breath. Let's put Lucy back on screen. She'll make everybody feel better. Take a minute. Lucy looks really affected right now. I know that right now, because we just watched the verdict, everybody's like emotional. So I'm giving us just a second because nobody's going to hear a dang thing that this woman says. True Crime Race, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you. Everyone breathe. They got it right. Oh, yeah. Here, everyone, take a look at Lucy. Take a deep breath. She opened her little bitty eyeballs when I said that. My stomach is still in knots. Do we really want to hear anything she has to say? No, not really. Not really. Funny cat videos. Yeah, we can do it. Let's do a panda video real quick. Here, let's see. We'll do something to calm down for a moment. Oh, I gotta turn that off. Oops. Move Lucy. Whew. Holly Mac, thank you. That was a very hard trial. Hugs to all. Thank you, jury. Thank you so much, Holly Mac, for the super chat. Thank you. I appreciate it. That was hard. I did not watch the trial. I only watched like bits and pieces here and there on things that I wanted to see, but it was too much for me right now. I knew I couldn't handle it. Amy Lee just said my hair looks lovely. That's the second hair compliment I've gotten today. And literally, this is bedhead. Sometimes I could spend 2 hours on my hair and it looks... No, I've never spent 2 hours on my hair, let's be honest. But sometimes I could spend a lot of time on it and it looks like crap. And then I woke up out of bed and it happened to look good today. Dad 420, love you all. Let's see some pandas being funny. Love you all. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you. Catching breath. Yeah, falling and tumbling pandas always help the soul. They're so clumsy. They're clumsy and chubby and needy, and I can just relate to that. This is at normal speed. Look at him. They just fall. They just fall out of trees. Look, he's going. They just. Look, there he gone. He gone. See, that's why, like, you can't help but. Oh gosh. And then they get stuck. Look. They're so cute. They're kind of ridiculous, but they're so cute. All right, we'll watch for another second, then we'll go back to our trial. Oh, gotta scratch the booty. Looks like he's twerking. They're so cute. I really don't know how... Oh, and there he gone. I really don't know how they survive in the wild. Like, he rolled over and he ended up hitting his head on the other thing. This is super inappropriate. Yeah, that one was kind of working that pole, but that's okay. Look. Oh. They're so stinking cute. I didn't even become obsessed with them until, look at the one in the back that's like, oh no, this is so much. This is too much. I didn't even become obsessed with them until we did our one field trip to the zoo. I love them. Dreamlander, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He's like, all that work to get it up there. They don't survive. That's why they're in zoos. Bless them. Look at how cute. No. Look, Daisy, don't you want to hug them? Oh, Lucy needs a sibling. Not really. Sit down. All right. So that was our palate cleanser. All right. All right. We ready to get back with this lady? I said Lucy needs a sibling, and now she's like up and at it. All right. Here we go.
You indicated a little while ago about some of your experiments in suggestion or of false memory. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Have you been involved in any research regarding post-event suggestion?
Well, I would say that many of my studies involve the study of post-event suggestion, and that if there's one area within the field of human memory that I've probably contributed the most to, it would be that area.
Could you just explain briefly what that means, post-event suggestion?
So after some event occurs, sometimes people are exposed to new information. They have conversations with other people. They are interrogated. They are exposed to media coverage. They get new information. And one of the things that we and other scientists have discovered is that that post-event information, particularly if it's misleading, can contaminate or distort or transform somebody's memory. Just in one of my experiments, for example, we showed people a simulated accident where a car goes through an intersection with a yield sign, and by asking a leading question that suggests that it was a stop sign, we get many people, many of these research witnesses, to tell us they remember seeing a stop sign, not a yield sign. So that's just one experimental example where otherwise healthy, ordinary adults are led through post-event suggestion to remember details that are different from the way they really happened.
Does post-event suggestion lead to contamination of memory?
It can. I mean, sometimes people will resist the suggestion and stick with the original memory, but many times they will succumb to the suggestion, fall sway to the suggestion, and adopt it as their own memory. And they really believe. These are not people who are lying. These are people who really believe in what they're saying.
Is the nature of the questioning, you mentioned leading questions as an example, is the nature of interrogation or question technique play a role in either post-event suggestion or memory contamination?
Yes. When people ask leading questions, it is more likely to contaminate somebody's memory.
What about suggestion during a question of something that's not true? Can that lead to the same kind of problem of memory contamination?
Absolutely.
Could you explain that?
And in fact, that's what we do in these experiments. We suggest things that aren't true and look to see the conditions under which people will adopt that misinformation and incorporate it into their memory and cause a transformation or change in the memory.
Could you give the jury an example of one of those experiments that you conducted that led to that conclusion?
Well, the yield sign, stop sign example is one example. In other experiments, for example, we've shown people accidents and asked a question like how fast were the cars going when they hit each other. Other witnesses are asked how fast were the cars going when they smashed into each other. And people will tell you the cars were going faster if you use the verb smashed than if you use the verb hit. And moreover, they're more likely to later tell you that they saw broken glass that did not exist. So that's just another example of how post-event questioning can contaminate somebody's memory. In the study with the soldiers who were going to survival school, we suggested that there were objects in the interrogation room, that they underwent a grueling 30-minute, horrible, aggressive interrogation, and these soldiers were asked about it later. Well, we planted information that there was a telephone in the interrogation room, that there was a weapon when there wasn't, that the main interrogator was wearing glasses when he didn't. And a number of these soldiers picked up on the suggestion and claimed to have actually seen these non-existent objects.
No, I'm not going to ask you percentages, but would you indicate that it was just a few or a substantial number of the subjects started to recite information or restate information that was in fact implanted but didn't actually exist?
It depends on, I don't mean to be difficult, but it depends on the conditions. So in the yield sign, stop sign study, if we tried to manipulate their memory, after a half hour, we weren't as successful. If we waited a week, we could get 80% of the people to tell us, to buy into the misinformation and tell us that that's what they remember. In the study with the soldiers, by the time we were done, I think over 90% of them were remembering the telephone, and maybe closer to 20% or so remembering the weapon or the glasses, which did not exist.
And when you say over by the time it was done, over what period of time did that study go where you're asking the same subjects these questions?
Well, again, different studies are using different time periods. In the work with the traffic signs, sometimes we tested shortly after the event, sometimes we waited a week. In the studies that have been done with soldiers, it might be days later.
As time passes, did you find from your studies that there's more contamination, that the number of false memories increases?
Yes, that's a common finding too. During the retention stage, after some event is over, again, memory starts to fade, and again, most people know that memory fades over time. What's not quite so much a matter of common sense is that as that memory is fading, it becomes more and more susceptible to contamination from post-event suggestion.
Does that also affect when a person later tries to retrieve or recall the information? Does that also go up exponentially, or at least as time goes by, sort of an increased level, the longer the time that is at issue?
Well, I would put it slightly differently, that as more and more time passes, and witnesses or people in general are more susceptible to misinformation, and so they make more mistakes when they're trying to retrieve what happened at the time of the initial event.
In your experiments and in your experience, does it matter over that period of time, if it's false information, whether the individual appears more confident or less confident about the information, whether or not it was implanted, that is, as a false memory?
When you expose people to misinformation, they can sometimes be more confident about the misinformation than they are about accurate information. Typically, you might think that somebody is going to be more confident about things that they're accurate about. But when misinformation is introduced into the environment, that whole relationship with confidence can be disrupted.
Are you familiar in your field with studies that have been conducted in regard to police interviewing techniques and their effect on memory?
Yes.
And could you tell us in general what those studies have shown?
Well, I mean, I'm familiar with work on interviewing techniques.
In general?
Interviewing techniques in general. And one of the things that again, that I know from colleagues in my field who write about police interviews in particular is, in fact, sometimes the police introduce information into those interviews that is new information, is misinformation. And so it's a kind of a setting that is ripe for potentially contaminating somebody's memory. And they may not do it deliberately to contaminate memory. They may have some other goals in mind, but when they introduce misinformation, they can affect what the person they're interviewing says.
Are you information to a person they are interrogating?
Well, I don't know exactly about Connecticut, but in many jurisdictions, the police are permitted to lie to people. They're permitted to tell people that they flunked the polygraph when they didn't, or their fingerprints were found at the scene when they weren't. They can lie to them, and they're permitted to do that. And I personally think that is not a very good practice.
Well, in any event, can you tell us what the studies have shown if an individual has been fed deliberately false information, how that affects memory?
Well, I'm actually going to object to that question, Judge. It's vague because we're talking about, on the one hand, experiments that the doctor has done, which she's testified to, and then we're talking about police interrogation. So I think the question needs to be sharpened.
Well, the court, as it listens to the testimony of this witness, the witness is sharpening the question. So overruled.
I'm sorry, I forgot the question, but you know how memory is. Just repeat
We
the
waited
question.
too long. We waited too long. The question, as I may change the words a bit, but the point was, are there studies, are you familiar with studies, or have you been involved in studies where information by police has been given to someone being interrogated that was deliberately false, in other words, knowingly false by the questioner, and how that has affected memory?
Well, there are many, many experiments where witnesses have been given, by somebody interrogating them, knowingly false information. I can't say I have a lot of examples of police actually doing that, in their interrogation. But if it has happened, or if it does happen, then we know from the science that it could contaminate somebody's memory and lead them to want to adopt the misinformation or maybe make a change in their memory to accommodate the misinformation.
Does the role of the questioner play, or let me rephrase that, is the position of the questioner, does that play a role in whether or not false information or false memories can be implanted?
Well, the answer is yes, but let me explain. So a witness has seen some event or had an experience, is now being exposed to misinformation, and as I've testified, that misinformation has the potential to contaminate or distort memory. There are several studies that show that the source of that misinformation matters, that people are more likely to accept misinformation if it comes from a source that they think is knowledgeable or they think is not trying to deliberately mislead them. There's even one study with children that shows that children will accept misinformation more from an adult than they will from another child. So these are experimental examples or scientific examples of how we know that the source of the misinformation does matter.
One of the things that you said in your report is that post-event suggestion can be particularly powerful when it is an authority figure who is engaged in the activity. Could you just explain what you mean by that?
Well, again, I would relate that to an authority figure who a witness might presume is knowledgeable. And then we know from the study that people, when they think you're knowledgeable, you're more likely to be influenced by that misinformation.
Would your opinion include police officers as being authority figures?
Well, I would think they would be, because many people have a lot of respect for police officers.
What about significant others or loved ones, information conveyed from them to the subject? Would that play a role in retrieving false memories or creating false memories?
I'm going to object, Foundation.
Well, the parameters of the question concerned, the original question concerned authority figures.
Right.
Now the question has changed to loved ones or people who are close to the person whose memory is being tested. So this is a different question.
Yes.
Different parameters overruled.
I don't know that I can think of a specific study that compared whether misinformation was introduced by a loved one or introduced by a stranger. So I'm not able to think of a scientific study that would make me comfortable answering that question based on
earlier you did say that a trusted source was one such example that could result in those kind of contaminated memory.
Right, because one of the studies showed that if it looked like the person was trying to deceive you or something, you might be more resistant to them. But if it didn't look like they were in any way trying to deceive you, that you'd be more susceptible.
And would that therefore include a trusted loved one?
Well, I think I would speculate. But
if it's not within your purview, I won't ask you that question. Let me turn to a couple other questions. A lot of what I've asked you so far has dealt with pointed questions and pointed experiments. Could you indicate how memory either forms, is retained, or is conveyed when we're talking about what I would call routine or what one usually does as opposed to a specific event?
Well, one of the things in one of the studies that we did, we asked people to produce a timeline for something that during a particular time period 3 weeks earlier. And so people went off and first people reported what they were doing. Then they had to try to verify, get evidence for their memory. And in many cases, the memory changed. In close to half of the cases, the memory changed because they found evidence that their original memory was wrong. And what they were trying to do in this study was really remember something they had done 3 weeks earlier. They're often trying to figure out what they usually do. But when they went to try to verify the memory, sometimes they realized that it didn't happen in the usual way.
Could you indicate how did those individuals in that particular study verify what actually had occurred that earlier period versus what they had said?
Well, they may have looked up articles or talked to other people or consulted journals or diaries. However they did it, they were told to go to try to find proof that your memory was accurate. And that's an example of the inaccuracy of memory for presumably fairly mundane events.
Do outside stimuli during questioning or prior to questioning affect people's memory recall later?
I'm not quite sure what you mean by outside stimuli, but if it's external post-event suggestion, which
I'm
can
thinking
help.
of things outside of actual verbiage, outside words. We've talked about that. I'm talking about physical things such as fatigue and whatnot.
Well, we do know something about sleep deprivation, for example, that people are more susceptible to contamination if they are sleep deprived. I'm not sure I've seen a misinformation study where people were hungry, but certainly, if they're preoccupied and stressed and sleep deprived, that's going to have a negative effect on memory.
Do you have any studies or do you have any opinion about if a person is told repeatedly that they're wrong about their memory, does that have an effect on people's retention of what they had originally stated?
Yes, I mean, when you tell people they're wrong about their memory, I mean, sometimes people will stick to it anyhow and say, I think you're wrong and telling me I'm wrong, but many times they'll change their memory to try to fix what's wrong.
You mentioned fatigue and stress. Does being put in any kind of pressure, being asserted or exerted on a person, play a role in helping or making it difficult for people to remember accurately?
Well, one of the things I've written about is sometimes in psychotherapy, people are pressured to produce more details about some event, to kind of recount more and more. And so you can sometimes then get very kind of elaborate stories, but these are sometimes creations to respond to the pressure for more details.
And does that happen when you say put pressure? Does that affect whether or not the detailed recall is more accurate or less accurate?
Well, it's not good for the accuracy to be putting a lot of pressure and to have people want to come up with information just to satisfy that perceived pressure.
Does it matter whether the person that is being subject to interrogation or questioning has any kind of formal education or less education when it comes to later recall, in your experience, in your experiments?
In general, college-educated people have somewhat better memories and are somewhat more resistant to contamination. But I just say somewhat, because even the most educated, intelligent, experienced amongst us has developed false memories for things that have put them in an embarrassing situation.
Can I just have a moment?
Yes.
Of course, yes. I'm going to ask you just a couple more general questions, and I'll get a little bit more specific. I don't think I asked you specifically, how does memory form in the brain?
Well, all I can tell you is that bits and pieces of experience will enter a memory system. What happens chemically, physiologically, that's beyond my expertise.
But does everyone's memories form the same way? And I don't mean physically, but...
Well, people pay attention to different details, and they think about different events soon afterwards, which can reinforce a memory. So you do get individual differences, and some people have better memories than others.
As from your experience and over the years of your training and you're going to conferences as well that on the issue of memory and the study of information implanted memories, correct? Over the years? You've gone to conferences?
Oh yeah, yes. Well, I've gone to conferences and I learn about the work of other scientists.
You're not the only person doing this?
No.
Have you given presentations yourself at those conferences?
Hundreds of times, yes.
In your experience, does memory fade over a period of time?
Yes.
Is there any minimum amount of time that takes place before some memory fades?
Well, the fading process will start and continue as more and more time passes.
Well, it'll start. How soon will it start?
Well, it depends on what it is that people are trying to remember. If you've ever been told somebody's name at a party and 2 minutes later you have no idea what their name is, that you know that it can fade pretty fast.
Could it start as quickly as what was the previous question that had been asked?
Yes, while objections are being discussed.
Okay. And with the time frame, then you said it could be a matter of minutes.
Yes.
As we progress through days, does it expand? That is, does the fading sort of increase in that's a bad question. Let me rephrase the question. Over a period of days, does the memory fading accelerate?
Fading will continue and rendering the memory more susceptible to contamination.
Do post-event conversations and input matter in terms of memory retention?
Yes, they do. I mean, that's one of the ways that somebody's memory gets constructed is that they have conversations with other people. And if those conversations contain accurate information, it can solidify it. If those conversations contain inaccurate information, it acts like post-event information and can solidify the inaccurate information.
You had earlier mentioned media exposure. If there was media involved in the case, writing about the very incident that you were recalling or speaking about in the interim, can that affect a person's memory when they're later recalling?
Yes, media coverage is just one of the ways in which, and we've even studied that in particular with simulated media coverage, but media coverage can lead witnesses to remember details differently than they really happened.
You would also use the term an embarrassing situation could be one factor, outside factor that exposes, or shall we say, can affect memory. What about something more life's change? You know, your life is being turned upside down in some way, such as an arrest.
Well, I mean, I would think that would be a stressful situation for a person. We know that life stress, if people are undergoing a lot of life stress, it can interfere with their memory processes.
And would that be even accelerated or exacerbated over a period of months between the first time that someone is asked to recall something and then months later, as much as more than 2 months later, asked to recall certain events and details?
I don't know. I mean, I know that there's a study on life stress and it's how it has a negative effect on memory, but it didn't involve these time periods that you're asking about.
But
I didn't know I was muted. I answered the phone to tell my kid what I wanted for lunch and muted myself. Start over. All right. So one of the things that the defense is going to have to try to get over when they're going through this is how many lies Michelle told in the interviews. You know, it's funny. There's like a 10-second delay. So by the time I've unmuted and I'm talking, then it's like everybody's telling me I'm muted, and then I start looking thinking, am I muted again? But I'm not. It's just that y'all are just now telling me, and now you're just now telling me, okay, now we can hear you. The delay messes everything. Anyway, okay, so they're going to have to try to get over all of the lies that she told in the interviews, right? So I think all of this stuff about the post-event suggestion where you know, if you say something after the fact, then it can become a memory. Keep in mind, the whole thing about how, like, they showered together and all of that stuff, like, if she's, like, they could possibly be going through all of this to try to explain all of the lies that she told as just false memories. You know, Fotis told her that they took a shower together. So that's why she said that they took a shower together. And, you know, the police told her this. So she thought this because that, you know, they asked about police being authority figures. And so I think that a lot of this stuff is like, you know, they're hoping to give the jurors an explanation for why she had all of these, whatever you want to call them. I call them lies because I don't believe a damn thing she says. But if you want to call them inconsistencies or mistakes, then that is your perception of what happened, and that is fine too. It is not my perception or belief, but they're going to have to try to overcome all of that and explain that, and I think that that's part of what they're doing here.
In general, the longer the period of time, does that show a declining accuracy rate in the memory recall?
Well, people with a lot of life stress are not going to be, their memory is not going to be operating optimally.
Can I just have a moment, Your Honor?
No.
Incidentally, you had testified about implanting of certain events and that becomes part of the memory. Earlier, you testified to that. Have you yourself been involved in experiments where an event that never happened was implanted and that members of the subjects later recalled it as if it actually did happen?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury about that, please?
So after we had done many, many experiments on the misinformation effect, where you can supply misinformation to a witness and get them to believe, for example, that there was a stop sign controlling the intersection rather than a yield sign, or that the thief was wearing a brown jacket versus a green jacket. We looked for ways to explore whether you could plant an entire event into the mind of someone for something that didn't happen. And the first study to demonstrate this was our study that showed that you could make ordinary people believe and remember when they were 5 years old, they were lost in a shopping mall, they were frightened, they were crying, and ultimately rescued by an elderly person. After we did that study, investigators from different parts of the world came forward and planted these rich false memories, whole memories, of things that never happened. You had an accident at a family wedding. You nearly drowned and had to be rescued by a lifeguard. You committed a crime as a teenager and it was serious enough the police actually came to investigate. All of these have been planted into the minds of otherwise ordinary, healthy people through the power of suggestion.
And when these events were later retained or whether recited by those subjects, did they express a level of confidence about it, or were they just saying maybe it happened?
No, many people became quite confident that these made-up events had happened to them. They provided extra details to elaborate on the memory when they were pressured to provide more details.
Even though it was completely false.
I'm sorry.
Even though it was completely false, that meant.
Completely made up, a made-up event.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
Did you finish your answer?
I think I did. Yes. Sorry.
I just have a few more questions. I think once a person has been implanted from whatever the source with false information and they've conveyed it back, is there any way that you as an interviewer can tell whether or not that memory is created or is real from your point of view, other than you knowing the source?
Well, we know in the experiments, but out there in the real world you don't know, and there is no way to tell. Because once these false memories get planted in the mind of somebody who is, comes to honestly believe it happened, they can be very confident about it, they can be very detailed about it, they can even be emotional about it, even though it didn't happen.
Do the studies show whether or not if that false information is repeatedly conveyed to the person over a period of time, that it sort of cements that false memory?
Yes, repeated misinformation or false information exacerbates the problem.
And you had indicated earlier that there was an experiment involving children. Would that be true of adults as well?
Well, virtually all my work is with adults. I've collaborated on a few studies with young children. Other investigators specialize in children. Young children, ages like 4 to 6 years old are especially vulnerable to these kinds of influences. But these are phenomena that are true of adults, even adults who are have pretty good memories.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
The court has a few questions. If it may. Professor, have there been studies on the ability of a subject to forcibly forget a memory?
I love this judge. Look at him asking questions.
Your Honor, there are studies that it is true that people can, when something unpleasant happens, people can try to push this out of their mind, distract themselves with other thoughts, not think about things, and that can weaken their memory to some extent. But trying to force someone to forget, one way that might happen is if you're planning something different, then they're going to, in essence, forget what was originally there.
And finally, from the court, have there been studies or experiments concerning how dreams subsequent to an event about the event may affect memory?
There are studies on dreams. We've actually, we know that sometimes people misremember. They can't remember whether they dreamt something or whether it actually happened. And I believe that dream material, since when you're worrying about something during the day, it can get into your dreams as dream material at night. So it'd be natural for you to be dreaming about something that you're worrying about or upset about. And that you can then maybe have a source confusion between did I dream it or did I actually do it?
Okay. Are there any questions based on the court's question?
Not from the defense.
Okay, cross-examination.
Judge, may we just take a morning recess?
Yes, we'll take a morning recess and resume. Let's resume.
Morning recess. All right, moving right along. Let's get to cross-examination. Let me slow it down to 1.25 for this. I want to hear what he says. I heard it got spicy. That's all I know. Oh, so they do bring up her past cases
Counsel
on...
stipulate, please.
Yes, Judge.
Cross.
Yes. May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Doctor, I wanted to just begin with your fee that you were paid in today's case. You indicated on direct examination that you were charging $600 an hour. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe you indicated on direct examination that you agreed to stick to it.
Yes.
And that's because your fee has actually increased. Is that correct?
In 2021, I began to charge $700 an hour, yes.
And you were retained in this case in 2020, is that correct?
Yes.
And so you agreed to essentially stick to the original fee?
Exactly.
All right. And your fee has gone up over the years, is that correct?
From when I started in the early 70s, yes.
I think as late as 2012, was your fee $500, do you recall?
I don't remember exactly 2012.
Okay.
It worked its way up.
Right. And how many hours have you worked on this case?
I billed for 11 hours. I spent a few more hours before I traveled to Connecticut yesterday. So, but I probably spent many more than those 11 or 13, 14 hours plus the travel time because I have viewed a lot of media coverage that I didn't bill for.
Okay, and so as I understand it, you've billed for 11 hours thus far, correct?
Approximately 11 hours so far, yes.
At a rate of $600 an hour?
Yes.
And if I understand your testimony correctly, you did some additional work on the case yesterday?
Well, yesterday I traveled from California
Okay.
to Connecticut and worked a number of hours on
So
the
she's
case
watched
during
some of
that
the
travel.
testimony?
During the flight?
A meeting, yes.
Okay. And there was a meeting, I think you indicated?
We had a meeting yesterday after I arrived in Connecticut.
Okay. And you'll be charging for those hours as well, correct?
Yes?
All right. And so that's 14 hours is $600 an hour, is that right?
14 hours before I left California.
Understood. So you're also charging for right now, correct?
I'm charging as you questioned me, yes?
So the longer I question you, the more money you make?
Yes, but I hope you'll keep it short.
Okay. So we'll see about that. So, Doctor, you're charging right now. How much do you expect to bill by the time this case is over?
Objection.
Sustained.
Doctor, you indicated that you watched various media in this case, or you looked at media reports, correct?
Yes.
Did you do that on your own, or were you asked to do that by the defense attorney?
Well, it's something that I typically do in a case where there is a lot of media coverage because of the potential for that to influence what people remember.
Thanks, Doctor, but I'm just asking if you did that on your own or if the defense attorney specifically asked you to do that in this case.
I don't believe he specifically asked me to do it.
And when you say you don't believe, do you have a recollection one way or the other as you sit here?
I don't have a recollection of him asking me to do that.
Okay, so that was something that you did on your own, correct?
It's something I usually do, and I did in this case.
And Doctor, University of California, Irvine actually allows you to take 1 day a week off so that you can pursue other projects. Is that correct?
That's the typical rule at the universities I've been at, yes, one
your
day a
work
week
week-
of outside
Sorry, go ahead.
consulting or whatever.
Right. And a typical work week for you is 5 days a week, I assume?
I work 7 days a week.
Okay. And always for the University of California, Irvine, or also on other projects?
Well, I do consulting, and I do writing, and I do speeches.
So let me try to sharpen my question
Okay.
here. Your responsibility for the University of California, Irvine, you teach classes, I think you said, correct?
That's my full-time job,
Right.
yes.
And that's a 5 day a week job, correct?
Well, it's not exactly, because when we prepare classes, sometimes we do preparations on the weekends. So
And you were retained in this case. Do you remember the exact date?
I believe, having looked at that document, that it might have been around August, but I'm not sure I remember.
Okay, but you would agree it was some time ago, correct? It was some time ago?
Yes.
That you were retained? And when you said August, just to be clear for the members of the jury, that was August of 2020, correct?
Yes.
And did you know any of the defense lawyers prior to this case?
No.
And were you, you indicated that you had a meeting with the defense attorneys. Was that last night?
Yes.
Who did you meet with?
I met with the two attorneys.
And when you say the two attorneys, you're referring to Mr. Schoenhorn and Ms. Felsing, correct?
Yes.
And had you been told by any of the defense attorneys in advance of your review of materials or your testimony that the defendant had inconsistencies in her version of events?
I don't remember if I was told that or not.
Okay. Did you take any notes during any of these meetings?
Well, I didn't take any
Object to
notes
the-
yesterday.
the plural meetings. I think she testified there was one meeting last night, so.
I'll rephrase. Last night was not the first time you'd spoken with Mr. Schoenhorn, correct?
Correct. We've had conversations usually telephone over
Right.
the years.
And I think he indicated, you've done consulting on this case, I guess, in advance of last night, correct?
Yes.
And during any of those conversations, did you take any notes about what they told you about the defendant's statements?
I may have taken some notes. I don't remember, but I did take notes.
Okay.
It's my custom to take notes when reviewing materials.
Were you told that the defendant changed her story when speaking with the police?
I could see that the story changed.
So,
I wasn't told it. I could see for myself that it changed.
okay, so as I understand your answer, no one told you the story changed, you just observed it yourself, is that correct?
Well, we also had conversations about it changing.
Okay.
I saw it with my own eyes.
And you say we had conversations with the story changing, this is what I'm getting at, that was with Mr. Schoenhorn, correct?
Some of those conversations included the two lawyers and me
Right,
on the
so-
phone together.
Conversations with both lawyers about the defendant's story changing, correct?
Oh, no, I don't remember exactly. We had a number of conversations, but I don't remember whether, and somewhere along the way, it's my recollection we talked about the changes in the story.
Okay,
She says I don't remember a lot.
Answer my question.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
And how many times would you say you've met with the defense, either in person or via telephone, or I guess Zoom is pretty popular now in academia?
Zoom is popular, but I don't think we did Zoom.
How many times would you say you met with the defense attorney, either over the telephone or in person?
Maybe 4 or 5 times.
And I believe you indicated that in this case you reviewed transcripts of the defendant's interviews?
And videos.
Right. And media reports, correct?
Some media reports, a warrant.
Oh, I don't think we heard about the warrant on direct.
I read
Okay.
that too.
And did you review anything else?
I've seen testimony in the trial.
Oh, so you have been watching on television?
I've watched some of the trial, yes.
Okay. And
The hairdresser, I watched.
the hairdresser?
Yes.
Okay. She didn't talk about the defendant's statements, did she?
No.
Okay. Did you watch anybody else?
The police officer who found
Well, maybe.
the ex-husband.
Well, maybe. I guess did you ever watch any of the defendant's statements on television? For example, Detective Kimball's testimony. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Anything else? Which warrant did you review, by the way?
I don't remember.
Okay, because you
It was a
understand.
long one.
A long one. Well, everything in this case has been kind of long. So, do you remember if it was an arrest warrant for conspiracy to commit murder?
I don't remember.
Tampering with evidence?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, Professor, do you...
So the reason she's allowed to watch it is she's an expert witness. So she's not a witness in the sense that she's coming to give information about something that she witnessed or saw or whatever. She wasn't a part of it. She's giving expert testimony on something that she believes as science. So that's why it's different.
You consider yourself to be a neutral witness as you sit here today?
Yes.
Oh, good question.
And you consider yourself to be a scientist, correct?
I am a scientist.
And you would also agree that it's important for a scientist such as yourself who testifies in court not to be an advocate, correct?
I think that's the ideal situation. Sometimes it's not always an ideal situation because you might develop some personal feelings. I'm human as well as a scientist.
Sure. So I want to just sort of break that down if I could. When you say the ideal situation, why would it be ideal to not be an advocate?
Ideal to not, because you want to present the science fairly, and whoever is asking for it.
Now, Doctor, you talked about developing personal feelings. I want to just ask you about a book that you wrote in 1991, if I could. Would you just tell the jury what the title of the book was?
Well, I published 20 books. Do you want to hand me the CV? And
Well, did you publish more than one book in 1991?
I think only one book in 1991.
So that's
yes.
the one I'm talking about. Would
Okay.
you mind just telling the jury what the title of the book was?
The title of that was Witness for the Defense.
That wasn't the complete title, was it, Doctor?
Well, that was the main part of the title.
So I'll just ask again, that was not the complete title, was it?
Well, there may have been a subtitle, but I don't remember the details. You apparently have it, so you can read it to me and ask me, is that it?
When you say you don't...
Okay, so if I'm on the jury and I hear that she wrote a book called Witness for the Defense, I'm automatically going to be like, okay, so that's what she does.
I don't remember the details. I just want to be clear. You're saying you don't remember the details about the title of a book you wrote?
I don't remember exactly the subtitle.
Okay. So,
Because I always call it Witness for the Defense. That's That's how I usually refer to that book, the main title.
Now, if I were to show you a photocopy of the cover of your book, do you think that would help you remember what the subtitle was?
Yes.
Would it implant a fake memory? Woo! Witness for the defense.
Doctor, I was going to ask if you would just mind reading this assignment to yourself and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
This prosecutor's on it.
Yes.
Sounds like an
Doctor, what was the
advocate to
subtitle?
me.
Let me think. It was the accused, the eyewitness, and the memory expert on trial. Could you show it to me again?
You need to refresh your memory again?
Well, it's a long subtitle, and I just want to make sure I get it 100% accurate.
No, understood. There's some procedural things I have to do, so you need your memory refreshed again? As
Well, something about the accused, the eyewitness, and the expert who puts memory on trial.
Oh, you got it that time.
Okay, good.
Wow.
Thank you. Good.
And doctor, when you said the eyewitness who puts memory on trial, the expert who puts the memory on trial, you were referring to yourself, correct?
Well, that book is about my scientific work and the work in trials, some of the trials that I've been involved in.
Okay, so automatically, think about that title. Just think about that title. And oh my gosh, this prosecutor did an incredible job of leading into that. The way that he said, your job here is to be neutral, a neutral party. You're not here to be an advocate. And she's like, yeah, that's the ideal, yeah, I'm a neutral party. And then he's like, bam, here's your book that says, whatever, witness for the defense. And witness for the defense automatically insinuates that she's not a neutral party. And if that wasn't bad enough, the subtitle has something on there that said, whatever it was, the accused, the eyewitness, and what was it? The expert who puts memory on trial. Putting memory on trial automatically makes it sound like, okay, I'm not here to give my... It sends that... It makes it sound to the jury like, putting memory on trial is that I'm here for the defense to question everything, that they know, instead of the actual, alleged murderer or whatever being on trial. I think that's pretty intense for the jury.
Yes.
How does an expert like yourself put, quote, memory on trial?
Experts who specialize in memory, who get involved in court cases, often present scientific information about memory to educate a jury or a judge, a trier of fact, about the science of memory. That's what we do.
Okay.
I and hundreds of others.
And doctor, you talked about this issue of being an advocate in that book. Do you remember that?
I don't. It was so long ago. You'll have to.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you say in this book, should a psychologist in a court of law act as an advocate for the defense or an impartial educator? My answer to that question, if I am completely honest, is both. Do you remember making that statement in your book?
Well, I'll take your word for it that you're reading something I wrote in 1991.
Well, doctor, I certainly don't want you to take my word for it, okay? So do you need your memory refreshed again?
Well, I don't remember everything I've written in 600 papers and 20 books.
Sure, I know you're very
decades
accomplished.
ago.
I know you're very accomplished. My question, though, is do you need your memory refreshed again?
Well, I would take your word for it that I wrote something about that.
Okay, but you don't have a recollection as you sit here, correct?
No.
Okay, so...
Well, I'm going to object. She didn't say that anything would refresh her memory about something she wrote in 1991, so I objected him and showed her the document.
Doctor, it would help you remember...
There's an objection. So the witness has said, essentially, showing her what she wrote in 1991 will not refresh her recollection about what she wrote in 1991. But she did not deny writing it. So what's the next question?
Doctor, earlier when I showed you the cover of the book, that helped you remember the title, correct?
Well, I could read I could read it.
Right. So do you think that this, reading your own book, might help refresh your recollection as to what you said back in 1991?
Your Honor, if Mr. McGinnis wants to offer these pages, I'm not objecting, so we could move along and have it being admitted as an exhibit. So,
well, I'm happy to do that. I just want her to answer my question. Would reading
what
your own...
you want is not relevant. It's not material and it's not necessary. The question has been, would this refresh your recollection? The answer is no, but she didn't deny writing it. What's the next question?
Well, I'm going to offer this, Judge. No objection. So this is State's Exhibit 153.
153 admitted is full.
Doctor, I'm just going to ask if you wouldn't mind, if you could just read this particular paragraph aloud to the jury.
Okay, starting with should a psychologist?
Yes, ma'am.
So, should a psychologist in a court of law act as an advocate for the defense or an impartial educator? My answer to that question, if I'm completely honest, is both. If I believe a defendant is innocent, if I believe in his innocence with all my heart and soul, then I probably can't help but become an advocate of sorts.
Oh! Bam!
Doctor, now having been given the benefit of reading that, does that refresh your memory as to what you said about being an advocate in court?
Well, I see that those are the pages from my book, and that's what I wrote 30 years ago or whenever that was.
And do you agree with the statement that if you're being completely honest, the answer is both?
I guess I do agree with that.
And do you agree with the statement, if I believe a defendant is innocent, if I believe in his innocence with all my heart and soul, then I probably can't help but become an advocate of sorts? Do you agree with that?
I guess I do agree with that.
Now, you were asked on direct examination how many times you've testified in court, and I think you indicated over 300 times, correct?
Approximately, yes.
Sure.
Okay, the reason that's such a big deal is because she just said that she's there to be a neutral party, not an advocate in court. And then in her book, she's like, yeah, you know, as a scientist, your job is there to be an advocate for the defense. No, it's not. It's there to give expert testimony and to be a neutral party about just what you're doing. It's not there to be, you're not there to try to advocate for the defense. Like, that's the lawyer's job. That's not your job as a scientist. You don't pick a side. You go with your studies. You go with science. You don't pick a side.
Doctor, I wanted to...
okay, and look, if she's saying if you truly believe that the person is innocent, then it's hard not to. I get that, but she said she's only watched a little bit of the testimony. She doesn't know all that stuff. She saw the warrants. From what she says, she hasn't done enough to develop one way or the other. If she truly in her heart believes that this, you know. And she hasn't seen all the evidence, so she can't, you know, that's bad. That's bad.
To ask you a follow-up question to that, which is, of those 300 times that you've testified in court, how many times has it been for the state or the prosecution?
Well, of those 300 times, again, this is just an estimate, maybe half of them are civil cases, where I would testify either for the plaintiff or the defense, depending on the case, and the other half are criminal cases. And although I've been asked to consult with the prosecution 5 or 6 times, I've actually only testified for the prosecution once in those criminal cases. So the large majority has been on behalf of the defense. I was called on behalf of the defense.
Right, and I think you indicated that you have a degree in mathematics, so if we divide 300 by 2, that means you've testified approximately 150 times in criminal cases, correct?
That was snarky.
Approximately.
And that means that out of those approximate 150 times, you've testified 1 time for the prosecution, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
Do you think that the reason you don't get hired more by the prosecution is because you've written a book called Witness for the Defense?
I'm going to object. Speculation.
I would say yes.
Well, it's argumentative, sustained.
It is argumentative, but the jury just heard him say that.
Doctor, I guess I'll hand this back to you.
This is good.
I want to just direct your attention to the top of that page. That's from that same book in 1991, correct?
Yes.
And did you write in that book that you'd never met a prosecutor who was happy to see you in the courtroom?
What paragraph is that?
So if you would just direct your attention near the top, I think it's the first full paragraph.
I don't see what you're asking.
I'm just going to direct your attention to the sentence here.
So far.
Oh, I see. Okay, I wrote that, yes.
Okay, the prosecutor would never be happy to see you in the courtroom, correct?
I'd never met a prosecutor who was happy to see me in a courtroom. Actually, it happened today, though.
So, Doctor, when you say it happened today, we met very briefly before court, correct?
But I met your colleague, too.
Okay. And, Doctor, why would a prosecutor never be happy to see you in the courtroom?
If I'm, generally, if somebody is testifying as an expert for the defense, prosecutors come into this with a challenging, MO, and they are not usually that happy to see defense expert witnesses.
Sure. And I wanted to ask you about MOs. I guess you meant modus operandi? Is that what you meant?
Yes.
Okay. When you write a book called Witness for the Defense, does that show your MO?
Well, that...
Your Honor, I'm going to object that. It's argumentative.
Well, it's argumentative, sustained.
Doctor, who did you dedicate this book to?
I don't recall now. You'll have to refresh my memory.
Sure.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to show you the dedication.
Uh-oh.
I'm just going to ask that you read that out loud to the jury.
We dedicate this book to the women and men who've been wrongfully accused, convicted, imprisoned, or have otherwise suffered because of faulty eyewitness testimony.
There's nothing in that acknowledgement about victims in your dedication, is there?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
No.
And would you also agree that a hard copy of your book has a number of photos in it?
Yes.
And you would agree that the photos include Ted Bundy?
There is a photo of Ted Bundy, I believe, yes.
And
Oh, dang.
who's Ted Bundy?
Well, in 1976, Ted Bundy was a first-year law student at the University of Utah Law School, and he was accused in an aggravated kidnapping.
And you testified on his behalf, correct?
I was called as a defense witness about the police procedures in that case.
And then Mr. Bundy went on to be convicted of numerous other crimes, correct?
Irrelevant.
Oh!
Well, the question first was, who was Ted Bundy? The answer, he was a law student at the University of Utah. But that's not the complete story. So the court is going to overrule the objection.
Let me ask you this. Did he graduate law school?
I don't think so, no.
And the reason he didn't graduate law school in part was because he ended up getting arrested for other crimes, correct?
He did, yes. He
What were those crimes?
Well, he was convicted in the aggravated kidnapping in Utah. Then he was extradited to stand trial for another case in Colorado. He escaped from jail in Colorado, and he ended up committing terrible crimes in Florida, and he was executed.
And I also wanted to talk to you about some of your other past clients. You have done work on Timothy McVeigh's case, correct?
I consulted on that case. I did not testify.
Right. And when you say you consulted for the defense, correct?
I did, yes.
And that means that you were assisting them in preparing a defense for Timothy McVeigh, correct?
I was advising them about memory issues, and I actually got to meet Timothy McVeigh in prison.
Was he a nice guy?
He was nice to me.
Argumentative, sustained.
You also have worked on O.J. Simpson's case, correct?
I consulted on that case. I did not testify.
And O.J. Simpson has been arrested a couple of times as well. Just to be clear, which case did you work on?
I consulted on some DNA issues in that case, the accusation of murder of his wife.
And someone else was murdered as well, correct?
Yes.
Ronald Goldman?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also worked on the Menendez brothers case?
I consulted on that in that case, but I did not testify.
And the Menendez brother, I mean, again, when you say consulted, I want to be clear. I know both O.J. Simpson and the Menendez brothers, you were consulting on behalf of the defense, correct?
The defense contacted me for consultation, yes.
Right. And when you say consultation, what you really mean is you were discussing memory issues with them to help them prepare their defense, correct?
To help them understand the memory issues in their case.
As part of the defense, correct?
Well, I was consulted, but did
Your Honor,
not
I'm gonna
testify.
object. She's testified about memory, not the character of the people that the lawyers who contacted.
This is not an objection. This is just essentially a speaking objection. What's the grounds?
Well, irrelevant and cumulative.
Well,
and immaterial.
This line of questioning goes to whether or not, essentially, this witness has a bias for the defense. So you can ask the question again, counsel.
Doctor, when you say you're consulting for Mr. Simpson, consulting for the Menendez brothers, you indicated that you were discussing memory issues in their case, correct?
With the attorney.
Right. For the defense, correct?
Attorney representing those accused, yes.
And you understood that the people that were representing the accused were trying to prepare a defense for them at trial, correct?
Well, I presume that's what they're doing. Yeah.
And that's what you were doing, correct?
I was answering their questions about memory.
And you also worked on the Michael Jackson case, correct?
2 of his cases, yes. I did not testify in either one.
And when you say 2 of his cases, he was arrested twice?
Yeah, there was one trial in the 90s and another one in the 2000s.
Okay, and so you worked for him twice?
I was contacted by the defense in those 2 cases.
Right. Phil Spector,
That's
you
another
worked
one.
on his case as well,
I
correct?
testified in that case, yes.
Right. And when you say you testified, I just want to be clear, you testified on behalf of Phil Spector, correct?
I was called by the
Testified on
defense.
behalf of the defense, not on behalf of an individual.
Well, all we need, counsel, is the objection.
Check the form of the question.
Sustained.
You testified on...
Okay. Shoehorn actually did something very smart right there. Judge said all we need is the objection, but he knows that if all he gives is the objection, then he's not relaying to the jury why, like what he wants them to hear. So him throwing that out there about, however he said it, she's testifying for the defense or for the memory stuff, not about the people. He wants the jury to hear that. But what the jury is hearing right now is, oh, she testified for the defense of all these people who we know is like have gone on to like do, you know, him mentioning Ted Bundy and like these other people who even if you don't follow true crime, you know at least 85% of these names that he's throwing out there. And so what the jury is hearing right now is, oh, she's testified for the defense for all of these people. That calls into question her credibility, whether you are realizing it or not. Because think about it like this. If you have somebody, like, let's say, you know, you have, I use like, as an example, like I used to I did retail management for a while. If I had somebody who came to me and was like, hey, I have a friend, you know, that like I can vouch for them for a job. Once you have them vouch for somebody for a job and that like all of their friends that come in to work for you are terrible, you're going to stop listening to that person, you know, and their referrals. It's kind of the same thing. If the jury's hearing all of these people who she has testified for or, you know, worked with their defense to try to help their defense, you're going to be like, maybe I shouldn't really be listening to her.
The defense who was representing Phil Spector, correct?
Yes.
And that was in 2009?
Roughly, yes.
What was he accused of doing?
Murder.
Who did he allegedly murder?
Objection irrelevant.
Well,
I'll withdraw it. You also worked on Jerry Sandusky's case, correct?
Primarily, I was working on behalf of the administrators at Penn State who were accused of maybe not doing more, you could say. But that was my primary work in the Penn State case. Then after their situation resolved and I was not in any kind of conflict, I did talk with Mr. Sandusky's defense attorneys, yes.
So that was a very long answer to a simple question.
well, that's not a question. Now, what the court is going to do is this. The court understands zeal. The court understands the cut and thrust of cross. But what the court is not going to countenance is a lack of respect.
Judge is mad.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Doctor, the short answer to my question was that you worked on Jerry Sandusky's case, correct?
Yes.
And Jerry Sandusky was accused of molesting children, is that right?
Yes.
You also worked on Bill Cosby's case, correct?
Yes.
And what did you do for Bill Cosby?
I consulted on a case that he was facing in Pennsylvania. I testified in a civil case involving Mr. Cosby in California.
And did you testify on Mr. Cosby's behalf in that case?
I was called by the defense attorney.
And was Mr. Cosby the defendant?
He was.
You also worked on the Harvey Weinstein case, correct?
One of them, yes.
And which one did you work on?
The New York case,
And you testified in that case as well, correct?
yes.
And you were called by the defense attorney, correct?
I was called by his defense attorney, yes.
And you worked on the Robert Durst case?
Yes,
And Robert Durst was a real estate agent or something like this who was accused of murder in California?
he was
There's a
accused
good
of murder.
movie about that.
And you testified in that case, correct?
Yes.
And when you testified, you were called by the defense attorney, correct?
One of the attorneys representing Mr. Durst, yes.
Good documentary.
Did you believe any of those individuals were victims of false memory and bad identifications?
Well, there are different facts surrounding different ones of those individuals. But I do have my personal opinions. But some of them didn't do some of the things they were accused of, even if they did other things that they were accused of.
And so were you acting as an advocate in those cases or a neutral witness?
I was answering questions about memory, except in the OJ case, which was about DNA.
Now, doctor, is it fair to say that you have built a lucrative career coming into court and testifying in criminal cases?
It's fair to say that I'm compensated for my time, just as you are.
How much do you think I make $700 an hour?
We're going to take a recess because things are becoming unhinged.
Oh,
Recess.
judge is not happy. Oh, he's mad. He is mad. The snark. See how long the recess is.
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Doctor, you mentioned on direct examination that you have collaborated with Charles Morgan in doing memory research with United States soldiers. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you had talked about some of the experiments. I think you indicated you had done 2 experiments.
I think we co-authored 2 separate papers. I don't remember how many experiments are within a paper.
Understood. Is one of those papers, Misinformation Can Influence Memory for Recently Experienced Highly Stressful Events?
That sounds familiar, yes.
Would it be helpful if I gave you a copy before we talk about it?
Yes.
Okay. May I have the smart judge?
Yes.
It's a fine line between, like the judge said, like
This is stage
zeal
154 for ID.
and disrespect. He's been balancing on that line.
Doctor, is that the one of the papers that you co-authored in connection with those experiments?
Yes.
All right. And I wanted to, if you need to reference it, feel free. I'm not intending on introducing it just at
Okay.
this point. But I wanted to ask you about the aggressive interrogation method that you spoke about on direct examination, if I could. But before I do, I want to ask you, the soldiers themselves, I believe you indicated that it's an exercise in which they're captured as prisoners of war.
That's what this survival school is about, training them so they know what to expect if they're ever captured as prisoners of war.
And as part of the training, they undergo an interrogation after they're captured. Is that correct?
Yes.
And prior to being captured, do they spend some time isolated, if you recall?
I don't recall this exact protocol versus
Okay.
the other one in the other paper or any of the ones that he has been the chief investigator for. But
And when they're interrogated, you mentioned that it can be aggressive. In fact, the soldiers can actually be slapped in the face during the interrogation, correct?
yes,
And in your review, there was no evidence of that in this case, correct? During any of the defendant's interrogations?
correct.
And during the interrogations with the soldiers, they can actually be punched in the stomach, is that correct?
They can be punched, yes.
In the stomach, more
Okay.
specifically.
So one of the things that she mentioned earlier was the study about the interrogation tactics on the soldiers. So because she brought it up earlier, that opens him up on cross to be able to talk about this. So he's pointing out that those interrogations are totally different than the type that Michelle had.
Correct?
If the paper said that, it's been a while. This is 2013, so.
Certainly you agree they can be punched, correct?
Yes.
No evidence of that in this case, correct?
No.
The soldiers in those experiments can be thrown against the wall during the interrogation, correct?
Yes.
And there's no evidence of that in this case, correct?
Correct.
So the type of interrogation that's done there is somewhat different than a normal police interrogation. Would you agree?
Well, yes, this was a very aggressive experience, as they might experience if they were captured by an enemy.
Sure. So it's,
Yes.
it's actually designed to be more aggressive. Is
Yes.
that correct? And Doctor, would you agree that there is a correlation between intelligence and memory?
There is some correlation, yes.
People with higher education levels tend to have better memories, according to the studies. Is that correct?
Statistically, yes.
Doctor, did you ever determine in this case whether or not the defendant graduated high school?
I don't know that, no.
Okay. Did you ever ask that of the defense attorneys whether or not she had graduated high school?
I don't recall having that discussion.
Doctor, I assume if you don't know whether or not she graduated high school, you also don't know whether or not she graduated college, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. And you didn't ask that question of the defense attorneys either, correct?
I don't recall having that discussion.
Could that information have been helpful to you in your analysis of this case?
I'm not sure. I mean, usually more information is better, but it wouldn't change anything that I testified to today.
No, I understand. I'm just asking, and I think you answered it, which is more information is always better, correct?
Typically.
And that's because someone with a higher education level could have a better memory in part, correct?
Statistically, that's been shown in these studies, yes.
Do you know whether or not the defendant has employment history?
I don't recall.
Okay. Could that information have also been helpful to you in your analysis of this case?
It would not have changed anything I testified about.
So just to be clear, it would not have been helpful or it would have been helpful?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. And so, for example, if she had an extensive work history, that could potentially mean that she has a higher intelligence level. Potentially, correct?
I would not want to give an opinion about that.
Okay. Now, I wanted to ask you, you would agree that there is another possible explanation other than memory contamination for inconsistencies in the defendant's statements, correct?
Correct.
One possible explanation could be that the defendant was simply lying to the police, correct?
That's possible.
And you would agree that sometimes people who are accused of crimes lie to the police?
Yes.
And sometimes people who are accused of crimes change their stories in an effort to explain their conduct. Is that correct?
Well, certainly people who do commit crimes or deny that they do.
I'm sorry, Mr. Answer.
They deny that they do.
Right, but sometimes they also learn what the police information is and then try to change their story. Is that correct? To try to tailor their...
That can happen.
Now, I want to direct your attention now to the defendant's June 1st, 2019 interview. You indicated that you reviewed the transcript of that interview. Is that correct?
I did, yes.
And do you recall what the defendant initially told the police in that interview about Mr. Dulos' whereabouts on May 24th?
I believe she did, yes.
And what do you recall about what she said?
That they were together in the house.
Okay. And specifically that they had taken a shower together, correct?
Yes.
And I wanted to ask you, which police officer or detective in that interview suggested that information to her?
I'm going to object. I didn't ask any questions about the specifics. To ask which detective said what is not part of the direct, and therefore it's outside the scope.
Well, the question is, as the court understands it, identify the detective who asked her about certain matters. Or does this witness remember which detective? Well, this may lead into another inquiry, so the court will overrule the objection.
Well, actually, maybe I'll just sharpen my question a bit, Judge. Maybe it'll help. Doctor, when you reviewed the interview, did you see any detective suggest to the defendant, prior to her saying it, that she had seen Mr. Dulos in the house on May 24th?
No, they told her that they had absolute scientific evidence that her memory was wrong.
So
they accused her of lying.
So I'm referring specifically to the June 1st interview, and I want the defendant was given an opportunity to explain her whereabouts on May 24th, correct?
I'm going to object. There is not a June 1st interview.
June 2nd interview. The defendant was given an opportunity to explain her whereabouts on May 24th, correct?
Yes,
And she explained her whereabouts, is that correct?
yes.
Prior to her explaining her whereabouts, did you see any detective on the video suggest to her that she had been with Mr. Dulos in the house?
No,
Prior to her explaining her whereabouts, did you see any detective on the video suggest to her that she had taken a shower with Mr. Dulos?
no,
Prior to her explaining her whereabouts, did you see any detective suggest that she had seen Mr. Dulos in the four-group office with Kent Mawhinney?
no,
Doctor, the defendant also claimed in that interview that she had returned a purse to her friend's husband that day. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that.
Okay. I want you to assume that she did say that during her first interview, okay? Just for purposes of this exercise, all right?
Okay,
Do you know whether or not that information was ever verified?
I don't know.
Okay. So you can't tell us whether or not that was something which was suggested to her or something that was a genuine memory, is that
I
correct?
don't know.
The defendant also told police that she had bought parsley at a grocery store, correct?
I don't recall that specific detail.
Just for the purposes of this examination, I want you to assume that she did. I take it that you don't know whether or not that information was ever verified?
I don't know.
Okay. I want you to assume that both those things were in fact verified, okay? The friend's husband indicated that she did in fact return the purse, and there's actually a Stop and Shop receipt indicating that she had purchased parsley, all right? I want you to assume those facts for just a moment, okay? That could be evidence that her memory was correct, true?
It could be.
Okay. So if that were true, any stress that she was going through did apparently not accurately, or excuse me, it's a bad question. If that were true, any stress that she was apparently going through as part of the arrest didn't impact her ability to recite those details correctly, correct?
Well, she could be producing some accurate details. I mean, it's, even if you are highly stressed, it doesn't mean you can't remember anything.
Right, and sometimes people remember bigger details than smaller details. Would that be fair to say?
Things that are important to them, perhaps.
Right, so there's something I think you call central details and peripheral details. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you would agree a central detail might be going to the grocery store, and a peripheral detail might be buying parsley at the grocery store.
Well, it really depends on all the other things that are relevant.
Okay. So you,
Maybe going to the grocery store wasn't particularly central.
Okay. Was there, you indicated that you looked at media reports in connection with this case, is that correct?
Yes, over these years, lots of media.
Was there a news report addressing the defendant's whereabouts prior to June 2nd, 2019? Let me rephrase my question. Was there a news report detailing the defendant's whereabouts on the morning of May 24th, 2019, prior to her arrest on June 2nd?
I don't recall one.
So any implantation of false memories couldn't have come from any news reports, is that correct?
Objection. The question has with about her as opposed to someone else.
Well, the question had to do with whether there was a news report of essentially the defendant's whereabouts on May 24th.
Your Honor, the last question was any news reports, not just about her. So it was a lack of foundation regarding that question.
I want to pause for a second because I see some of the debate going on. Sorry, I'm eating. I see some of the debate going on about what she said about the memory being better overall in people who with college educations or whatever. That correlation has been around for a while. But there is a correlation, but that's not saying that all people who go to college or who have been to college have better memories than all people who don't. That's just saying that there is a correlation. Now, part of that is also there are other factors you have to consider too. Keep in mind that a lot of people, like if people struggle a lot with memory and stuff like that, they might not be as likely to go to college if you know, that's like if it's a field that there's a lot of stuff in college that you have to, you know, or in any kind of education stuff that you have to memorize a lot and that you have to be, you know, like test taking and stuff like that. So if you automatically struggle with memory, then you might not be less likely to go. So like there are other factors that can go into stuff too. I went to college and I have a terrible memory. I have to I have to research and like really focus on stuff like hardcore in order to remember it. I have a terrible memory, but I have to like train myself to remember things and go over it a million times to soak it in and remember it. So it's not saying that you have a terrible memory unless you went to college. It's saying that there is, statistically speaking, a correlation. So that's it. So it's not an offensive thing. It's just, it is a correlation. Like there's been studies over decades about this, and there is a correlation, but it's not saying that one is caused by the other.
His question was about her.
Well, this is the court's understanding of the question. The court's understanding is whether or not there were reports in the media about the defendant's whereabouts on May 24th, 2019, and this is implied, and it may not be the correct implication, that the defendant could have read about. That's how the court understood the question.
That's correct, Judge. And also specifically the morning of May 24th.
Overruled. The objection's overruled.
What was your question again?
Were there any news reports prior to the defendant's arrest on the night of June 1st, 2019, that detailed her whereabouts on the morning of May 24th?
I don't recall any.
Were there any news reports prior to June 1st, 2019, when the defendant was arrested, that indicated the defendant had seen Mr. Dulos in the foregroup office?
I don't recall that detail.
Were there any news reports, same time period, that indicated the defendant had showered with Mr. Dulos on the morning of May 24th?
I don't recall seeing that in the news.
Doctor, are you aware that the defendant had written timelines in this case?
Yes.
And in fact, Doctor, what is your understanding of when those timelines were written?
Well, it's my understanding that very early on, the estranged husband was a suspect, and a lawyer suggested that they put together a timeline of where they were in the time period surrounding the disappearance, and that they together worked on that timeline.
So let me ask it a different way. When is your understanding that the defendant wrote her timeline? Was it prior or after her arrest?
Well, I had the impression that the two of them had worked on trying to kind of reconstruct what happened and make a timeline, that they did that together, talking with each other.
No, and I appreciate that, Doctor, but my question simply is, was it your understanding prior or after she was arrested?
It's my understanding it was before the June 2nd interview.
Right. And you indicated that it was your understanding that the defendant and Mr. Dulos worked on these timelines together. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Didn't the defendant in her June 6th interview deny that she had spoken with Mr. Dulos about her timeline?
I don't recall that, but it's my understanding they worked on those timelines together.
And
okay, something else too. Remember, she said in her direct testimony that the memory implantation is not effective if you try to do it like right after something happens, but if you wait like a week or 2 weeks or whatever, then it's more effective. So they wrote these timelines before any of the extenuating factors like the sleep deprivation and obviously they've already gone over like she wasn't punched, like, you know, military stuff. But also this was before any of the other stuff. The only thing that could be associated with what she said during cross was she said that people in positions that you love and respect, you're more likely to trust them. But at the same time, even if you're more likely to trust them, she said herself, if it's like very close after the stuff that happens, then you're less likely to be able or less likely to have false memories implanted.
Doctor, if she wrote this timeline before she was arrested on June 1st, she couldn't have been threatened by the police yet. Is that correct?
No.
She couldn't have been sleep deprived by the police. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. She couldn't have had I forget the term you used, post-event information from the police yet. Is that correct?
That came later.
Right. And when you say it came later, just to be clear, it came after they had written the timelines, correct?
That's my understanding.
Doctor, do you agree with the general proposition that just because someone is emotional when recounting an event, that doesn't mean their memory about the event is authentic?
Yes.
Do you also agree with the general proposition that just because someone is emotional when recounting an event does not mean they're actually telling the truth about it?
Correct.
So, do you also agree, doctor, that human beings have the mental capacity to lie?
Yes.
And did you consider that possibility in your analysis in this case at all?
It's certainly the prosecution's theory of what happened, and mine was an alternative theory that it was not lying.
Right. I'm just asking a question, though, which is, did you consider that possibility in your own analysis?
It remains a possibility.
Okay. And, doctor, did you review the defendant's third interview on August 13th, 2023?
Yes.
2019?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
You did.
Bring the
And,
third interview.
The defendant was asked whether or not she was ready to admit not being 100% truthful with investigators in her first two interviews. Do you recall that question?
I don't recall that exact question, no.
Do you recall
And
that
what'd
she
she
answered
say?
yes to a question of that nature?
Bam!
Well, what I recall is that she was saying maybe she made a mistake, but she wasn't lying.
So you don't recall whether or not she indicated yes when asked that question?
No.
Well, she did.
Does that impact your analysis at all, the fact that she said yes when answering that
I'm going to
question?
object because she didn't say that. She said what the witness said, and I object to Mr. McGinnis' testimony.
Well,
That's two different
court's
parts of
understanding
it.
of the question really is this.
Break it
If
down, Judge.
the defendant said that she was not 100% truthful, even though this witness did not remember reading that, would that have affected this witness's analysis? That's the question. If that's the question, overruled.
That is the question, Judge.
And the question is?
Would that
So,
affect your
you don't-
analysis?
okay. Doctor, the question is, if the defendant
He
had
said
in
you don't-
fact told
okay.
police investigators in response to the question whether or not she was prepared to admit she had not been 100% truthful, and her answer was yes, would that have impacted your analysis in this case?
It would not change anything I said in my earlier testimony, but it does raise in my mind how she interpreted that question. When if she's being asked, were you 100% truthful, does she mean that she wasn't 100% accurate? And that's what she was trying to say?
She didn't say
From the rest
accurate.
of the testimony, it appears that she may have been trying to say, it might not have been accurate, but I wasn't lying.
And doctor, did you ever ask the defense attorneys for the opportunity to speak with the defendant herself and ask her that question, what she meant?
No.
Could that information have been helpful to you in your analysis since you're not sure?
Well, I'm not making a decision about whether she was lying or made an honest mistake. That's up to the jury.
So my question is, could that...
Okay, I just want to point out that she's dancing around this because once again she's advocating for the defendant instead of being a neutral party to testify to what she is supposed to be an expert at, and that's really frustrating because the officer said in that interview, Michelle, are you ready to tell us that you have not been 100% truthful or whatever it was? And she said yes. So the lady here going, oh, well, she could have meant that she was ready, to talk to them because she wasn't accurate. You don't get to speculate on anything else that could have meant. That was a very point blank question, and you're dancing around it because you're still advocating for the defense instead of doing what you were called to do, which is to be an expert witness to testify about memory, not about what Michelle could have meant so that maybe this is the defense case that goes right for you.
Information have been helpful to you, though, in your analysis.
It wouldn't have changed anything I said earlier in this testimony.
Doctor, at one point, do you recall the defendant being asked why she hadn't provided information previously in that August 13th interview?
She was asked that question, yes.
And do you remember at one point she said, because you didn't ask?
And your question is, yes?
So my question is, do you remember her saying that to the police at one point?
I vaguely remember something like that, yes.
Okay. Did that impact your analysis here today?
No?
Doctor, the defendant provided additional details during that third interview to police. Is that correct?
She had details in the third interview.
And one of the details was that she had taken a brown-stained paper towel from Mr. Dulos and thrown it out. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Okay, I want you to assume that she had said that, okay? Was there any point in the interview prior to that where a detective suggested to her that she had taken a brown-stained paper towel from Mr. Dulos?
Not that I recall.
Doctor, the defendant also indicated that Mr. Dulos had told her he spilled coffee. Do you recall that? Was there any point in the interview prior to her indicating that Mr. Dulos had told her she had spilled coffee that a detective suggested that to her?
I don't recall that.
Doctor, during the third interview, the defendant indicated that her and Mr. Dulos were having physical contact on the passenger side of the Tacoma. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that.
I want you to assume that she had said that. All right?
Okay.
At any point in the interview prior to her saying that, had a detective suggested that information to her?
I don't recall that, no.
Just getting ready to cross your arms again. It's like the equivalent of, at any rate.
Doctor, do you know whether or not the defendant had eaten prior to the August 13th, 2019 interview?
I don't recall.
Did you ever ask that question of either of the defense attorneys, whether or not she had eaten?
I don't recall having that conversation.
Did you ever ask either of the defense attorneys whether or not she was sleep deprived before going into that third interview on August 13th?
I think the sleep deprivation was on the earlier ones.
Okay, so my question, though, was whether or not you asked if she was sleep deprived going into the third interview.
I don't recall that.
Could that information have been helpful to you in your analysis today?
It wouldn't have changed anything I said earlier in my testimony.
Doctor, just to be clear, you understand that it's the jury's role to determine who is or is not telling the truth in this case, correct?
Objection.
Oh!
I'll withdraw the objection.
I was about to say, he don't have a
You
reason.
understand?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you very much.
Could we
Bam!
just very brief redirect? Could I have...
Here he goes. That was hilarious. He's like, objection! On what grounds? He's like, I don't know, never mind. Carry on. All that did was point out to the jury that that was a good point.
I'm going to approach and
Thanks,
give you
Mike. Thank you for the
Exhibit
super chat.
SS, and I'm just going to ask you, this is the agreement that was signed with my office with me personally.
Yes.
And I'm just going to ask you to read aloud one sentence, beginning with the word payment. Just read that sentence
Okay.
aloud.
It says, payment to business associate is not dependent on the findings which it renders, nor on the outcome of any legal action, nor on any contractual arrangement between the client attorney and any other person or party.
And were you the business associate in this case?
Yes.
Was that entered into before you gave me any opinion about the particular case?
Well, I would have given you my honest opinion, no matter what.
You were given a long list of individuals that you had been consulting with the attorneys or in a few cases had testified to. Were you ever asked in those cases to be a character witness for those individuals?
No.
Did you testify about about memory and the science of memory in those cases?
When I did testify, yes.
And did you give your objective opinion based on the science in those cases?
Yes.
Objective opinion.
And did you get paid for your testimony in those cases, for the ones that were just read by Mr. McGinnis?
Some of them.
Were you asked to give an opinion about Michelle Troconis?
No.
Thank you, Regina Crawford.
By the way, you were asked several questions about the book you wrote in 1991. At that point in your career, had you been involved in cases where it turned out people had been falsely convicted and later exonerated?
Yes. Yes.
And had you testified in those cases for people getting new trials or having their convictions overturned?
I had testified many times for the defense prior to publishing that 1991 book.
Sassy pants.
In your science, do people sometimes remember certain details but not others?
Yes.
Can pressure lead to findings of false memory?
Pressure can lead people to produce details, and sometimes what gets produced in response to the pressure is accurate, but sometimes it's not.
Do you find in your both your experiments and in your field that even people of high intelligence are subject to post-event contamination of memory?
Absolutely.
And you were asked some questions about whether or not, or Ms. Troconis had graduated from high school or graduated from a college. Does that affect your opinion on whether or not people who have higher education can, in fact, also be subject to post-event memory contamination?
No,
Do you know anything about the quality of education in South America?
I don't.
You've never been asked to lecture or investigate the level of education in either South American high schools or colleges, have you?
No, I've lectured in South America, but not about education, about memory.
Incidentally,
Well, before you go on.
I have two more questions, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. You indicated that you consulted in many cases that you did not testify to. What did you consult with federal government agencies as an expert in the field of memory?
Yes,
Could you just
many times.
tell the jury where you
Well, I
consulted?
did mention in my earlier testimony having consulted with the Secret Service, the FBI, the Central Intelligence Agency. I've lectured to these groups about proper interviewing techniques and about the memory of witnesses and victims. With the CIA, I actually had a contract to advise them about how the work on misinformation might relate to some intelligence activities that they are involved in.
Was the CIA, unless it's secret, involved in planting of false information at the time?
No, they were not wanting to know how to do it, but how to recognize it.
Okay, and that's what you were consulting on,
Yes.
correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
And I just have one final question. If called by the prosecution, would your testimony be any different about the science you testified to today?
No, in the one case where I did testify for the prosecution, a murder case in Wisconsin, similar testimony.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
I have nothing, Judge.
Thank you. Professor, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She's like, I'm getting up out of here if I can remember how to get out. Too soon? Just joking. Okay, so keep in mind, while I'm pulling up the afternoon part, I have something in my eyeball. Other than my finger. Keep in mind, her testimony is not to get up there and say, Michelle Troconis just had memory issues and she had implanted, memories that were false and it's not her fault. That's not her job. That's not what she's there for. Her job is to get up there and say, this can happen, which it's true. It can. There are studies. Now, does that mean that the jury's going to be like, oh, you know what? I bet that's what happened with her. No. The thing is, when you're giving this as an explanation for this is one witness to get over one hurdle in all of the things against her. Let's look at some of look at some false confessions and stuff like that have happened. People, a jury might have a hard time saying, okay, well, if they confessed, why would they confess if it wasn't true? Which that would be your initial, unless you've looked into the craziness and the science behind that and stuff, some of the psychological stuff behind that. That's a normal thing. You would be like, nobody's going to admit to that if it didn't happen. But under extenuating circumstances, it does happen. Actually, more than a lot of people realize. But that's not saying you can't get up there and say every confession, was probably coerced and, probably false. Her job is to get up there and say, this can happen. Shuey is trying to present this as an option to give doubt for that one hurdle of her continuously lying about all of the things. And I'm going to keep on saying lying. Y'all are allowed to have your own opinions. My own personal opinion is, ain't nobody implanted nothing in her. Well, Fotis did, which is why him and Jennifer got divorced. Whole other story. But anyhow, the whole thing about her having implanted memories, to me, no. If that were the only piece of information or evidence against her that seemed like it was the one thing that I couldn't understand, if everything else made her look so innocent, but why was she lying to the police? If everything else makes her look so innocent, why was she lying to the police? Then I could understand how that could be okay, well, that explains that question I had. But this is not the only evidence against her. She has a lot of evidence against her like the fires and the back and forth and the alibi scripts, and there's a lot more to it than just this one thing. So her job was not to get up there and say that there were implanted false memories in Michelle. Her job was to get up there and present to the jury that this is a thing that can happen, and Shoehorn is just hoping that at least one, all it takes is one for a hung jury, at least one of them relies on that as an explanation for why she is a big old liar pants. So that's that. All right. Let's get to today's, Nurse for God gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Nurse for God. It's so good to see you. Hello. It's good to see you. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Let's see. Coco Running, TK, me, Mary D, Susan Lynn, and Trish Faust were all gifted memberships by our very own Nurse for God. Thank you so much. Thank you. Brandi. Sorry. Bad joke. My bad. All right. We ready? So now we are only about 45 minutes behind, so we'll end up catching up by the end of the day. Big old liar pants. That's the technical term. Big old liar pants. That's the technical term. So let me ask you this. While they're doing this, let me ask you this. Do any of you think, I'll do a poll. I'll do a poll if you thought that explanation could, if any of, we'll do it like this. Do you think that any of the jurors believed that testimony as an explanation for why her story kept changing? We'll do that poll. Let me put it up there. Miss Sassy Pants, thank you. Today's entertaining for sure. Thanks for entertaining me while I work my day away. Thank you.
Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
If you could please rise
Please
and
rise.
raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Henry Thomas French Jr. Can we spell it?
Yes.
HENRY CHOMAS FRENCH.
Oh, hold on. Before we start, hold on. There was an interview. Let me pull it up. There was an interview. Let's see. Let me find. Oh, here it is. Okay. So, they did, I love to get their little courthouse, like lunchtime gossip. Okay, so at lunch, they talked to it. Okay, so Shoehorn and Loftus, who was just on the stand, spoke with reporters outside of the courthouse, and Loftus said about the cross-examination, the prosecutor did what most prosecutors do. He tried to bring up all of these unpopular people in whose cases I have testified or for whom I have consulted in their case, unpopular people like Ted Bundy or Timothy McVeigh or O.J. Simpson. She called that unfair. She said, I think it is kind of an unfair thing to try to link the current accused Michelle with these people who are unpopular. Which is what I said. I said that it's basically like the jury's going to hear that and like kind of lump them all together. She said, memory is malleable. As humans, we make mistakes, and one of the common reasons we make mistakes is people feed us misinformation. That can contaminate somebody's memory, transform the memory, make them doubt their own memory, and when that happens to people, they are not deliberately lying. And in that case, I think the prosecution wants the jury to believe she's a big fat liar. I mean, I believe she's a big fat liar. And there's an alternative explanation there. So that's what I was just saying, too, about... he's wanting to provide an alternative explanation about why she's a big fat liar. Loftus said that she'd never met Troconis until today, and it's not her role to say whether Troconis was lying or honestly believed what she was saying. She also said nothing about her direct testimony was advocacy. Shoehorn said, the science as we're trying to present it here indicates that there is an alternative theory, alternative narrative to what the prosecution is trying to claim. And for that matter, what the officers not only intimidated, but blatantly came right out and said. Intimated. I'm reading too fast. I also got Shoehorn, this is the reporter saying, I also got Shoehorn's reaction to Kent Mulvaney not testifying. He said, in my view, his testimony would have been contradicted by, I would say, 10 different solid witnesses and evidence that could demonstrate what he said was not credible. Shoehorn added that he wouldn't go farther in regards to whether the state believed or knew his allegations were not credible. So that is your lunchtime gossip.
You may be seated.
Good afternoon, Mr. French. Can you tell the jury where you live?
I live at 6 Jefferson Crossing, Farmington, Connecticut,
How long have you lived at 6 Jefferson Crossing?
since 2007.
Since 2007, have you come to be familiar with Fotis Dulos?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how you came to know Fotis Dulos?
Fotis Dulos was the general contractor who built our house. So I first met him in 2006.
From 2006 until about 2019, had you seen Mr. Dulos on occasion?
Yes.
And you're familiar with what he looks like?
Yes, I am.
In 2019, were you familiar with Mr. Dulos? Had you spoken to him sometime in 2019?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury whether you saw Mr. Dulos on May 24th of 2019?
Yes, I did.
Please tell the jury how or where or what context you saw Mr. Dulos on that date.
I was driving home. It was between 6 p.m. and 6:30, and I saw Fotis jogging in front of my house as I came in with the car.
You saw Fotis jogging on Jefferson Crossing?
Yes, I did.
Had you ever seen Mr. Dulos run before?
I do not recall seeing him run before as a jogger.
Wait! Wait! Hold on. What day was
Him-
this?
6.
On that date.
Hold
Can
on.
you tell
Sorry.
the jury whether you saw
Yes, I am.
in 2019, were you familiar with Mr. Dulos? Had you spoken to him sometime in 2019?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury whether you saw Mr. Dulos on May 24th of 2019?
Yes, I did.
The day.
Please tell the jury how or where or what context you saw Mr. Dulos on that date.
I was driving home. It was between 6 p.m. and 6:30, and I saw Fotis jogging in front of my house as I came in with the car.
Okay, 6 or 6:30 jogging. Okay, so here's okay. Oh, see, this is interesting because look at the timeline that we did the other day. Remember when I said that there were a couple of holes that we had to fill in because it was 2 miles from, I think it's like, oh, look, I look like a airline pilot. Your exits are here. Okay, 2 miles from the house that they were living in to the house they were working on. So from the house to the workhouse, it's about 2 miles. And remember I said that he possibly rode the bike to the house because we know that the bike ended up in the Tacoma that morning, but we didn't know how the bike was still, because Michelle said that the bike was at the workhouse at 80 Mountain Springs when she got there. And remember, he pulled in at 12:22 in the Tacoma, and we had talked about that being one of the holes, that how was the bike still there? The Tacoma was still there. How did he get there? So, and we didn't know if somebody had picked him up or dropped him off or whatever. So if he's seeing him on that day jogging, then that could have been him getting, taking stuff back and forth or whatever. So he did. So now there's testimony that not only do we know that he had to have probably ridden the bike to get over there at that time, but now we know that he was jogging and he never jogs.
You saw Fotis jogging on Jefferson Crossing?
Yes, I did.
Had you ever seen Mr. Dulos run before?
I do not recall seeing him run before as a jogger.
Okay.
And he said what time? 6:30.
Whether you spoke to the police about...
Hold on. This is important.
...on Jefferson Crossing?
Yes, I did.
Have you ever seen Mr. Dulos run before?
I do not recall seeing him run before as a jogger.
What time did he say? 6:30?
Whether you spoke to the police about seeing Fotis Dulos on May 24th, 2019?
Yes, I did.
And did you give a statement to the police?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell the police about what you observed about Mr. Dulos' appearance on May 24th, 2019 while he was running?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury?
I noticed that he looked haggard. His face seemed to be in distress. It was very unusual to me, and he seemed to almost be shuffling. So it struck me as unusual, and I actually told my wife and my daughter about it afterwards, that I had seen Fotis running, and he looked haggard and old and unusual.
But you were sure that was Mr. Dulos?
Yes.
Was he by himself?
Yes, he was.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, so let's put this into time, into the timeline from what we know was going on at that time. So if he saw him sometime between 6 and 6:30, it was right around 6 o'clock that I think it was 5:57 was the last time we saw Pavel's truck when he was gone, and he had the dirt bike in the back, and he was gone. So at that time, they also said at 5:59 there was video that showed across the street, and there was no smoke coming from the chimney. So we know that there were no fires going on at that time, and the Raptor was at 4 Jefferson at that time. The Suburban was at 4 Jefferson at that time. So both of those cars would have been there. So then he's jogging back to the workhouse. So, and it wasn't long after that. It's only 10, 15 minutes after he's seen jogging that the fires had started again. So that kind of puts it in perspective at what time he's running.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. French, you may step down.
This is probably a false memory. Probably. Waiting on.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Michael Rose, R-O-S-E.
Okay, this is the attorney.
Attorney Rose, you may be seated.
This is the divorce attorney.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please tell the members of the jury, first of all, where are you from? What town do you live in?
I live in East Hampton and I work in Hartford, Connecticut.
Could you tell the members of the jury what you do for a living?
I am an attorney at a law firm in Hartford called Rose Kaler.
How long have you been an attorney at law?
Approximately 30 years.
Could you describe for the jury the nature of your practice?
Certainly. My practice primarily is litigation, employment litigation, civil rights defense, and a host of other things emanating from federal civil rights statutes.
When you say civil rights defense, who or what entity or persons are you usually representing?
I very often represent police departments, fire departments, elected officials. Our firm represents a portion of the state of Connecticut as well.
Are there occasions when you branch outside of your main area of expertise?
There are.
Let me turn now to the year 2019. Did you happen to get involved as a lawyer representing someone in a family court matter?
I did.
Was that something you did a lot back then?
No, as a matter of fact, it was the first time I'd ever been asked to get involved in a divorce case.
And who was your client in that case?
In that case, it was Fotis Dulos.
Could you indicate, if you recall, the time frame that you represented Mr. Dulos?
I represented him from approximately sometime in early January, mid-January, until sometime in very early June of 2019.
What was the...
Okay. Now remember, the divorce stuff is all sealed. So that hearing that they had this morning, or like that conversation they had this morning, and then the motion that they had yesterday, they had the motion to quash the subpoena so that he wouldn't be able to testify at all. The judge denied that, but said that he would allow them to present, a motion with like parameters of what they were and were not allowed to ask. He's not allowed to talk about any of the stuff that's the sealed stuff or any of the attorney-client privilege stuff between him and Fotis.
Matter that you were representing?
I came in on a limited appearance initially, which you can do in a divorce case. It was to assist him with custody concerns that he was having. And after a certain point in that case, everything became sort of entwined, and I entered a general appearance.
And when you say a general appearance, you said a limited. Could you just tell the jury the difference between a limited and general appearance?
Certainly. So divorce is one of the areas of law where the judicial system allows you to enter a limited appearance. And I think the court sometimes views it as a lawyer helping through certain parts of a divorce. So in this case, my limited appearance was, I believe, just custody matters at the time. There was a dispute over custody. Eventually, you can also file a full appearance, at which point the attorney is responsible for all phases of the defense or the plaintiff's case on the other hand as well. So it's a split proceeding at the beginning, and then if the lawyer and the client choose to broaden that role, then they can.
And without getting into any specifics of what was occurring in the court, could you just tell us procedurally what kind of matters were you representing, or what procedures were you representing Mr. Dulos in during that time frame?
Certainly. As I said, it was, broadly speaking, it was custody. So there was a general concerns about how the custody arrangements were, and I was brought in to essentially help him.
Yes, they are.
In the custody matters themselves.
Do you recall what the status was at the time that you entered your appearance?
Oh, certainly. At the time I entered an appearance, the status was that, and I don't know if I'm allowed to get into this.
Well, I don't want you to get anything that happened in court. We're talking in general, the status of where things were at that time.
Certainly. The status was that...
Judge, could I just, I'm sorry, but if I could just get a time frame?
We're talking since January of 2019 through, right?
Yes.
Till May of 2000, or...
We haven't gotten to May yet, right? We're still in January, February.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify the time frame. Thank you.
In January, the status was that Mr. Dulos was not allowed to see his children at all.
And during the course of your representation, without getting any specifics, did that change? Yes?
It did. That status changed to sometime in March, to where there were structured visitation. Was structured visitation.
And after that, were you anticipating some further proceedings with regard to the representation and the disposition, if you will?
Certainly. These proceedings were temporary in nature during the initial period of separation. And what happens generally is that the court will look for a permanent resolution once the divorce is finalized. So what we were doing was working on the temporary orders, and then there was an eye towards what would happen when the divorce became finalized, and also in the middle of that process, if we could change it from supervised visitation to something else.
During this time of representation, did you also, on occasion, speak with Michelle Troconis?
I did.
You did not represent Michelle Troconis, correct?
I did not.
Did you speak to her, however, in relation to the divorce proceeding and the custody proceedings with Brandi?
I did.
And I'm going to ask for a little leeway here, because I don't want to get into any actual communications you had with Mr. Dulos. You understand that, right?
I do.
Were there times when you reached out to have discussions with Mr. Dulos where you were not able to do so because my client was present?
Indeed, yes.
And was that, in fact, conveyed to you on occasion so that it would require you to wait until another time to speak with Mr. Dulos?
It did.
And I'm going to ask that this be marked for identification. And I'm just going to note that the printer is running out of ink, so it's not as clear as I would like, but is yours better?
Mine's better, do you want it?
Yeah.
What's he presenting?
Your Honor, the copy I gave to counsel is better than the one, so thank you. Any objection?
Yes.
Let me just show this.
What's he presenting?
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing what has been marked as Exhibit U for identification. Did you receive a general communication, not regarding Ms. Troconis' presence, regarding whether you could communicate with him at that time. That is with Mr. Dulos. Yes. And does that document contain the warning or the comment about why you got to wait?
It does.
I would offer it.
Your Honor, it's clearly a hearsay statement by Mr. Dulos. There's no exception that is that this falls under. The state would object.
They're not going to let text come
It's
in.
being offered to show that as a result of that, he could not speak to his client at that time. It's not being offered for the truth of the fact that he's unavailable because of my client's presence. It's being offered to show that as a result of that, the witness had to wait till another moment to speak to Attorney Dulos, to Mr. Dulos.
If I may, Your Honor, I don't know why the fact that on May 8th or 6th, I'm not sure if that's an 8th or the 6th on this copy, whether the attorney could speak to him that day is relevant to this proceeding. So if it's not offered for the truth of the matter, then it's certainly not relevant for today's purposes.
It goes to whether my client was privy to the communications.
Well, the testimony, as the court understands it so far, is that Attorney Rose could not speak to Mr. Dulos in the presence of Michelle Troconis. That's how the court understood the testimony.
Yes.
And so this document essentially is a hearsay document in which Fotis Dulos is indicating that he could not speak to his lawyer with Michelle Troconis. Is that what this document is?
It is a statement that he does not want to speak in front of Ms. Troconis, that Mr. Dulos does not want to speak in front of Ms. Troconis.
And
He ain't going to allow that.
what's the relevance of the offer?
Well, it's to show that that certain matters pertaining to divorce were being kept from my client.
Well,
It's
of
supposed
course,
to.
now the court knows what the document says. Well, and counsel cannot ask Attorney Rose, what did Fotis Dulos say about having Michelle Troconis there?
Right.
It is a hearsay document. Does it fall into any exception?
It would
Because the
fall-
court finds that it's being offered for the truth.
Well, let me just say this. As a result of that comment by Mr. Dulos, did you then have to postpone discussing the matter with Mr. Dulos?
Certainly.
So it had an effect on your conduct, is that right?
Certainly.
Again, Your Honor, I don't understand why Attorney Rose's conduct or effect on his mind on May 6th of 2019 is in any way relevant.
Well, again, the court's understanding of the offer is that as of that date, Fotis Dulos could not be in the presence of Michelle Troconis discussing his case with Attorney Rose.
While discussing the case, yes, that's the purpose.
If I can, Your Honor, this is why the state would argue that this is not relevant and a hearsay exception. Because
Well, it is a
there's-
hearsay statement.
It is a hearsay statement, Your Honor, and counsel is making an intentional offer and putting intention behind words in a text message that is not there. And there is no way for the state to cross on Fotis Dulos' intention that counsel is indicating based on 5 or 6 words in a text message.
Well, the court has already found that it's being offered for the truth. It's hearsay. If the objection is hearsay, it's sustained.
Prior to May 6, 2019, I'll take the exhibit back. In general, whether you look at this or not, were there times when you were unable to talk to Mr. Dulos about his case because Ms. Troconis was present?
Object, Your Honor.
Ground.
Relevance calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Certainly, there were.
And in certain time frame, did there, and again, we're not going to get into its content, but you're aware when you were awaiting the presentation or production of a custody report, is that correct?
Objection.
Well, the issue now is whether or not.
He's trying to get in this
The question is whether this witness was waiting for the arrival to his office, as the court understands it, of a custody report that had already been completed. That's how the court understands the question. And the objection is?
The objection is relevance, Your Honor, and as well as mischaracterization. It's my understanding that he didn't get a copy, or, well, I will withdraw that, actually.
So the way I would answer is I did not get a copy of the report as I don't know if it's been addressed, but we went down to review the report at Attorney Michael Meehan's office. And I don't have a recollection when that was. I think that was sometime in...
If I show you a document, might it refresh your recollection to when you reviewed that document?
That would certainly help. Thanks.
I'll mark this for...
They're like, he's on that fine line. That contempt hearing, not whoring, contempt hearing. Give me one mistress trial and I start. Anyway, the contempt hearing is supposed to be Monday.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, showing you exhibit VV for identification. Does that refresh your recollection as to when you went and reviewed the report?
It does in a general timeline. I can't recall that specific date, but it's what the timeline I thought it was.
And is this a document that was presented in court?
This document, yes.
And does it contain the information about when you went to the office to review the report?
To Attorney Meehan's office? Yes, it does.
I would offer it, Your Honor.
Relevance, Your Honor? I
Well,
would object.
the document had been intended to refresh this witness's recollection. By showing the witness the document, his recollection was not refreshed. And the witness indicated that it was around on that timeline. The question or the objection is relevance. So what is relevant about when this witness reviewed the report?
Well, it's not just that it's the witness. Well, I'll ask the follow-up. Was Mr. Dulos with you when you reviewed it?
Indeed, he was, yes.
On that same day at the same time?
Yes.
At Attorney Meehan's office?
Yes.
I would ask that it be admitted, Your Honor. It's a court document that just records the date, and it's relevant to show from what date forward how information flowed from there.
Is there an objection?
Your Honor,
The court does not know what document it is.
Could I approach, Your Honor?
I got so into that last witness, I forgot I was eating my lunch, and now it's cold.
This is not a sealed document.
Fighter jets are out. My windows shake when they go by.
Well, according to this document, it's not clear what was reviewed on what date.
Well, the witness testified that he couldn't recall the specific date, but this documented that particular event in that report.
Well, based on the court's reading of the document, it would be confusing. So this document doesn't explain in terms that are not confusing that Attorney Rose reviewed a report on X date. So the court is going to sustain the objection.
All right, I'm going to lay a further foundation here. Was there any other reason, do you remember what month you went to Attorney Meehan's office?
I do after reviewing that.
Oh, after
I
reviewing
do.
it?
Yeah, I just couldn't recall the specific date. It was in April, late April.
And was there any other reason in April 2019 that you would have gone with your client to Attorney Meehan's office besides looking at the custody report?
No, Attorney Meehan called us, told us the custody report was ready for us to review, asked us to come down. I drove down with the Attorney Dulos, and we reviewed it. I just couldn't recall if it was in March or late April, and now I see it's late April.
And does this document, do you recall this document being filed in court?
I do.
And if at the time that it was filed in court, would you have remembered or recalled whether the date was accurate that was indicated in that law?
I cannot tell you if the specific date that is recorded there is the right. Some of these dates do stick with me, but that particular one does not.
Well, no, my question is, at the time it was filed, did you have any objection claiming that it was inaccurate?
No.
So as far as you knew, it was filed, it was recorded accurate?
Yes.
Again, I would offer it, Your Honor.
may I have a moment and just take a look at it?
Finish.
Oh, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Hold on. There's a real loud noise next door. I'm going to check on Mr. Bill real quick. He's elderly and doesn't have anybody. Hold on. I'll be right back.
No objection, Your Honor. We can move on.
What is the designation, please?
VV.
VV, defense, admitted as fault.
I'm just going to put it up on the screen for a moment. It's not on yet, so.
Okay. Where should I look? Should I look?
Either there, whichever is easier for you. I think it's coming into view. So showing what has been marked as Exhibit VV. You recall seeing this document, correct?
I do.
Could you just please read the line below the words "date copy made"?
All right.
You want me to zoom in? I'll
Yeah,
zoom
well,
in.
just, it's hard to pick that up.
Sure. If you look behind you, it might even be easier.
Let's do that, okay. Date copy made April 24th, 2019.
And then just, what does it say?
It indicates that Raisa Garcia, Secretary for Attorney Meehan, made a copy for us to review.
You just read the next sentence. Just read it out loud for the record.
Both reviewed in the presence of Attorney Meehan and returned to Attorney Meehan without any duplication, dissemination, notes, or recording in any way by either.
All right, thank you. And is that what happened?
It is. We were given copies, and we're not allowed to bring in, to the best of my recollection, not allowed to bring in iPhones. We're not allowed to make any photostatic copies of the document. We were allowed to review it and take notes of key salient points.
And without discussing at all what you two discussed about it, were you able, with Mr. Dulos, to discuss it?
We were.
Do you recall how long you were at Attorney Meehan's office reviewing that document?
It was a number of years ago, approximately 5, but something in the area of maybe hour and a half. Sounds right.
And was Mr. Dulos present while you were going through the document?
He was.
Did you see him reading it with you?
Yes, I did.
Without getting into any words that were used, could you describe Mr. Dulos's demeanor after he was at that office with you?
Certainly. He was very happy with what was there. Pleased. You could tell that he just seemed relieved and more optimistic than I'd seen him in a while.
And again, with limitation, without specifying what it was called, did you file anything in court subsequent to your reviewing this report?
We did. We filed, and I won't give the name of it, but we filed a motion after we reviewed this particular document with the court.
And that would be in the family court?
It was, yes.
I asked you before whether you had ever spoken with Mr. Troconis. Was that in person or on the phone?
A number of times.
Were you ever at their house at Fort Jefferson Crossing?
A number of times.
Did you ever discuss anything about the divorce with Mr. Troconis?
I did.
Would this have been in what time frame?
I would say throughout January, all the way through the 24th of May. I did not speak to her after the 24th, but throughout that whole time, I would see her, whether we'd be working up in Mr. Dulos' office, I might see her. Our children were together on a ski team, and that's actually how I got to meet her. And so we talk a little bit about it at whether it was ski races or ski practice. So it was something that we discussed. Granted, I didn't discuss privilege matters, but it was things that I would discuss with her about things that I could felt would be of help to her.
Do you recall being either at Mr. Dulos' house or being in the presence of Mr. Troconis around Greek Easter of 2019?
I do.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
That was also, I believe, late April. I actually went back and checked this recently. I think it was the 28th of April in 2019, and traditional Easter was the 21st.
Was the Greek Easter that you saw Mr. Troconis, was that following the time you were at Attorney Meehan's office?
It was. Excuse me.
Could you tell us what the conversation, did you have any communications with Mr. Troconis on that occasion?
I did. I had a number of communications with her, around that time period, just in general, pleasantries, seeing her, exchanging kids or things like that. But yes, I did talk to her. I'm not specifically sure what you're asking about. So.
Well, I'm going to ask whether she expressed to you on that occasion any future intention or plans.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
Well, it hasn't been asked yet.
Okay, so may I answer that
Yes.
question? I don't believe she made any expression about any future plans other than children, things like that.
My question had to do with her intentions of doing anything in the future.
No.
No. Did you have any conversations subsequent with Ms. Troconis during the month of May of 2019?
I did.
At that time, did Ms. Troconis express to you any view of her future plans?
Objection.
So at that time, did Ms.
Thank y'all for asking. Mr. Bill's okay. He's watching Let's Make a Deal, and apparently it's a new episode, and he got excited, and he was getting his soup out of the microwave, and he dropped his bowl. He's fine.
Mr. Troconis expressed to you any view of
I didn't even know they still made new episodes of Let's Make a Deal.
Any expression of her future plans?
Well, that's either a yes or a no, or the witness does not remember.
I don't recall anything. There was nothing that would stand out that was significant.
How would you describe Ms. Troconis' demeanor when you spoke to her in May of 2019?
Generally very happy. Generally very happy.
Did you ask anything of her during the month of May of 2019?
Well, I could certainly say as a matter of custom, I would ask her how she's doing, how she was holding up during this process, which obviously had other impacts other than on my client. So there would be questions like that. And again, we'd talk about children as well. But I would occasionally talk to her about the case and see how she was doing.
And in May, when you say the case you were representing Mr. Dulos.
Certainly, yes.
Did you make any requests of her regarding the pace of the case?
Did I make any requests of her?
Yes.
Regarding the pace? I do not think so, no. No. I don't think so.
Did you say anything about a prediction to her about how long things were going to take?
I did on that, a different question. So I recall telling Michelle that there was light at the end of the tunnel. And I asked her, and I told her just, it's a long process. It's complicated, it's tough, but there's light at the end of the tunnel. And we had reason to be optimistic going forward that matters would return to some sense of normalcy. So I recall speaking.
And how did she have a reaction to that statement?
She seemed relieved. She seemed relieved, and it appeared to me that she wanted to hear that and hear more about that.
So on a totally different topic, unrelated to the case, did you ever have any text messages with Mr. Dulos about his haircut?
I did.
And how did that come about? What prompted those text messages?
Certainly. At some point in, I believe it was mid-May, we had a hearing here at Stamford Superior Court on the motion that I'd spoken about earlier. And at that point, I noticed that Fotis had his haircut. It was shaved very, very short. And so I commented to him in a text about that.
So you're aware that those text messages were provided from Mr. Dulos' phone during the investigation regarding the hair?
I was very surprised to find that my messages to my client were.
Okay. In any event, his haircut had nothing to do with legal advice, did it?
Objection. Cause for him to speculate as to what Fotis Dulos' intentions. If not that, then he's asking for hearsay statements.
Well, at this point, the question is, his haircut did not have anything to do with legal proceedings.
And he said no.
Well, there's going to be a follow-up to that. And so if the question is simply what has been asked, the court will overrule the objection.
So could you just repeat your answer? Did it have anything to do with legal?
No, our discussions back and forth didn't have to deal with anything legally.
What, I'm sorry?
Anything legally. It was
It was like just a personal commentary.
Correct.
Had you had seen him with his haircut short?
I had, and I'm trying to think if it was in court or on a Facebook post. I remember I saw it in it's about mid-May, and it was right around the time Judge Heller had set a series of hearings going, 2 or 3 times a day, 2 or 3 times a week. Forgive me. So we were coming down a lot. So I saw it sometime in the mid-May. I can't tell you if the first time I saw it on Facebook or if I saw it on him.
Right. I'm going to offer WW as an exhibit.
Your Honor, this is the same manner of the exhibit counsel attempted to introduce, which was, I'm sorry, I don't know what number that was, for the text messages. And again, we're at the same point where it's a statement by somebody that, for the truth of the matter, it's from Fotis Dulos. It is not admissible. It is hearsay statement. If it is not hearsay, there is no relevance to that at this point, and the state would be objecting to it being admitted.
Well, with
It's
regard
a
to
whole lot of
defendant
nothing.
hearsay, there's no basis for that. It's clearly not being offered for the truth of whether this witness liked or didn't like Mr. Dulos' haircut. It has to do with the time frame, because Your Honor will recall there was a certain other witness claimed, we submit, that we were contradicting that evidence, that it had happened on May 24th, that one of the prior state's witnesses had claimed that. And this would dispute that and would clearly show that that testimony, at least the jury could determine that that prior testimony was untrue. So it is being offered not as a direct impeachment, it's actual evidence that would contradict testimony that came out during the state's case.
Now, if I can be heard, obviously the jury can make the call on the evidence that they've heard either way. What I would like to know is what evidence counsel is referring to, because in the state's view, we have not introduced any evidence that the haircut occurred on May 24th. I'd like to know who and direct me, please, to that testimony. There has been testimony of the haircut, from my recollection, put in primarily by the defense. And that specifically on the state's view, any reference to it was not with direct to one specific day that that haircut occurred on May 24th. That I have not heard of. The idea that we are introducing text messages to do the time frame of a haircut in order, in the state's view, just to backdoor a Fotis Dulos' statements about his own intention so that the state cannot cross-examine is the epitome of why the hearsay exception is there. And that is why the state is asking for it to be precluded.
Well,
Counsel has probably forgotten, Mr. Gumieni said that under oath in his direct examination. So if she doesn't recall that, I just want Your Honor to recall.
Well, the court's recollection is not that Mr. Gumieni said that on the 24th, Fotis Dulos had a haircut. In other words, his hair was cut on the 24th. That was not the testimony. He may have noticed that the hair was short on the 24th, but there's no evidence that Fotis Dulos' hair was cut by Michelle Troconis on the 24th of May.
But since Mr. Gumieni had been with Mr. Dulos on the 23rd, but claimed that he hadn't even seen it until the 24th, is, I submit, directly contradicted by what this witness and his text back and forth can show.
Well, the simple question is, did this witness discuss the haircut with Fotis Dulos before May 24th?
But it was a full, at least a week, more than a week before, which is what's crucial.
Well, you can ask the witness, counsel. Did you discuss this up to a week before the 24th of May? Did you discuss the haircut up to a week before?
I guess my question is the court indicating that actually that the physical evidence through these messages that demonstrate the time frame is not admissible? It's only, I mean, I could ask the witness a question, but I'm not able to substantiate that with the text messages.
It's hearsay.
He doesn't.
And the court sees that it would be offered for the truth of the matter asserted, and so it's inadmissible. But you can ask the witness, did you have that conversation?
Okay, so real quick, this text conversation that he's trying to get in, did you hear the prosecutor say, which this is smart, she said he's trying to backdoor these, messages in. They know that they can't allow these messages in about like hearsay stuff or whatever, and about Fotis's, what his perception of things was and what he's trying to say and all that. He knows that that's not allowed. So when the prosecutors get up and cross-examine the witness, they are only allowed to question them within the scope of what was brought up in direct. So if they get up there, they can't question him on, what Fotis said in his whatever that was in the text messages. All they can do is like the scope of what he's asking, which would be like the date of those messages or whatever. So she says that you're trying to, enter these in as evidence, like to, basically like get around the objections that are going to be made. And Shuey is saying that he's only trying to do it to prove that the haircut was done beforehand, and that Pavel was wrong about the dates, about when he got his haircut or whatever. So the judge is telling him, okay, you can't enter in the text messages, but you can ask him if it was more than a week before, it happened that he talked about the haircut. So that's actually a really interesting argument.
I did.
Remember what day that was?
On or about May 16th.
To be clear, the haircut argument is not a very interesting argument, but the trying to backdoor those text messages in and the objection to that, and then that whole thing, that part was interesting. I'm really sick of hearing about the haircut, but the actual legal part of it was interesting.
Of 2019.
What did you say about his haircut?
I told him essentially that it wasn't terribly attractive and we had sort of that relationship, and we were going through a tense time. I wanted to lighten him up, tease him.
Your haircut sucks, Fotis.
Told him that I noticed it, and for one of the first times, he didn't. His appearance wasn't all buttoned up the way it normally was.
Did he respond to you about your comment that you didn't like his haircut?
Objection calls for hearsay.
It's not being offered for the truth, it's the fact.
Well, the question would then be, did he respond? The answer is yes, and that's as far as it would go.
And the answer is yes, I do believe we had a back and forth on or about May 16th about his haircut.
Let me ask you a different question. Are you a water skier?
I am not.
Have you ever gone water skiing?
I have.
Have you ever observed Mr. Dulos water skiing?
I have.
Have you ever watched
Actually,
him?
let me strike that. I have not. I've seen video of him and I've seen photos of him. I've not been at the pond.
And you never went and watched him either compete?
No, I did not.
Or do flips or any other water skiing maneuvers?
No.
Did you know that just through your knowledge of him that he did compete nationally and maybe internationally?
I do.
As,
I did.
As a water skier?
I did.
I just got wrong.
Let's do a poll.
I have no further question.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
And just want to get to the beginning of my question. Just a couple questions for you, okay?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been a lawyer?
Since 1994.
1994. And I think you testified on direct, you primarily do civil rights defense?
Yes.
Okay. And is your law firm up in Hartford?
Yes.
Did you take any cases beyond the Fotis Dulos case down here in Stamford?
I actually, if your question is in the divorce realm, no. In the general civil realm, yes, we have a statewide practice.
Okay. And you began with a limited appearance.
Yes, I did.
And you were actually friends with Fotis?
It's a little bit different. We became friends through that process, but I knew him. He actually was the coach of the U10s up at the ski club it's called Ski Sundown. So he was the coach. I got to know him through there, and then also our children became friends.
Okay. And you were invited to Greek Easter?
I was.
Okay. And you socialized with him and Michelle Troconis?
I would say very rarely social. You know what I mean? I did go to that Greek Easter, but out to dinner, no. We really didn't do anything like that. We were busy with work because, again, this was about a 5-6 month relationship. So I wouldn't say I socialized other than the Easter, or if I was there working with Fotis, we might come down to the kitchen and they would be preparing a meal and we'd talk.
Okay. And when you would talk to Michelle Troconis, was that in English?
It was, yes.
Okay. You started in, I think you said a 5 to 6 month of relationship, so this was time phrase, right? January 2019?
As far as the legal relationship?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you testified on direct that in January he wasn't allowed to see the kids at all?
That's my recollection.
Okay. And in March, he was able to get, use the term structured visitation.
Yes.
Does that also include supervised visitation?
It was a supervised visitation with the two guardians.
Okay. And so he went from absolutely no contact whatsoever with the children to he can have contact, but it has to be a supervisor present. Is that right?
It was, yes.
No contact
And that was in
to
March
supervised.
of 2019.
Yes.
And between
Okay, that's really important. Keep this in mind. Keep that time frame in mind. In January, this all happened in 2019. In January of 2019, he was not allowed to see the children at all. In March, he was able to get supervised visitation and was only allowed to see them with a person supervising the visit, and he was only allowed to have conversations with them if the phone was on speaker and it was able to be monitored. That was March that was finally allowed. March, and she disappeared 2 months later. And so keep that time frame in mind.
2019 and May of 2019, did you or Fotis, make motions to try and change that?
We did.
Okay, would you say many motions?
You know, Attorney Manning, I can recall one large one, which you probably are aware of, and I just cannot recall because my limited appearance changed at some point.
Okay.
And so I did some things. Mr. Dulos did some things on his own, and I can't tell you if there were a lot of motions, but I can tell you he was trying to somewhat change that visitation structure with the two guardians, and I just can't tell you if there were a lot of motions on that.
Okay. And that visitation structure, he attempted to change that, you would say, in March, in April, and in May of 2019?
I can't honestly answer other than to say I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, because it was a somewhat awkward structure with two guardians there.
Okay. And in April of 2019 is when we have this report.
Yes.
Okay. And I think according to the defense's paper that they submitted, did you get a copy of the report?
I did not get a copy of the report at that meeting. I'm fairly sure we did not get a copy of that. We eventually did get a copy later on.
And did you give that copy to Fotis Dulos?
I did not. My recollection is the court order was that was for attorneys. Well, let me be careful about that. There was eventually an order that it could not be shared with clients. I just can't recall if before that order from Judge Heller, if he was allowed to be given a copy. He certainly would have had access to the contents of it when we were doing our motion practice.
But you can't recall if you handed him a copy of his own?
I can't. There's something that's telling me that Judge Heller didn't want us to do that, so I would try to follow the judge's orders, and I just can't recall because, as you know, then there was some concern later on about that.
Okay. And his attitude, I think you described on direct as happy, optimistic?
Yes.
Okay. And during that time in late April, he also still had those supervisors in effect?
He did.
Okay. So whatever motions, many small, that occurred in March, April, and May were not successful. That supervisor was still in effect, correct?
That was, yes, I can answer that. That supervised structure stayed all the way through.
Okay. And he was happy with, after reviewing that report with you at Meehan's office?
Yes.
Okay. And then you filed a motion? Right?
Yes.
Okay. And was that motion heard?
It was.
Okay. After that motion was heard, at the end of the day, did he still have the structured supervised visitation in place?
He did at that time. It was, I think after that motion was heard, the judge asked us to come back, and so it stayed in effect.
Yes. So after the motion was heard, still nothing had changed?
As far as that structured visit, no.
Now,
Nothing
a
had
couple other
changed.
questions generally.
As far as the
I think
structured
Counsel
visits.
asked you a little bit about Ms. Troconis' demeanor, how she was generally happy as well. But you had conversations with her about the case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you indicated on direct, you said you told her that there was a light at the end of the tunnel, was the
Yes.
phrase you used? Do you recall saying that?
I do.
Because things were it was hard on her, would you say?
Well, to answer that honestly, the only way I would know that is through communications with Mr. Dulos, so I don't think I can really answer it that way. I don't think that she really expressed to me that it was hard on her, but as a human being, you can see somebody and know, they're a little bit uncomfortable with what's going on.
Okay, and that's why you told her there was a light at the end of the tunnel?
Yeah, I think she had asked me, or maybe somebody else had asked me to talk to her and just sort of tell her where we think it's going. And I just want to be clear, we didn't talk about the substance.
Okay.
Because there was, and I want to get my recollection correct, I believe Judge Heller certainly did not want us to talk about the specific motion. So my comments were more general in nature, if that's helpful.
And this conversation was before that hearing was heard?
I know we talked on the Greek Easter. I just can't tell if we spoke after that. I really can't.
Well, let me ask this. Did you speak to her on May 24th of 2019?
I did not, no.
Did you speak to her on May 23rd?
I did not.
And just a couple more days on that week, the 22nd?
Well, I did see her, and I just don't know if it was, I think it might have been the Saturday before.
Okay, so that would be like the 19th?
Yeah, around the 19th.
But you had a court hearing after
Well, I'm
that?
going to object. I don't think the 19th would have been a week.
Why is Michelle
Well-
calling Fotis' divorce attorney anyway?
That was the estimate of the witness, the counsel. And
I can
what-
rephrase, Your Honor. And
Am I the
direct
only
it a
one that
little
thinks
bit
that's
more.
weird?
It was definitely a little vague. Sir, did you talk to Michelle Troconis about a light of the tunnel and about the case prior to the visitation still being in effect on May 22nd, 2019?
Can you
Somebody's
rephrase
phone
that?
is
I'm so sorry. I'm not really following it.
That conversation you had with her, okay, was that before? Well, I'll rephrase it. You're aware Jennifer Dulos was visiting on May 24th.
I was.
Okay. And there was a court hearing that week, correct?
Objection. I don't believe that's
Answer your phone.
Well, that's not an objection.
It misstates the evidence.
Well, the witness can answer the way in which the witness chooses to answer.
And I was going to say, actually, I think it was maybe the week before there were hearings.
Okay.
I don't think we had any activity that week, and that's why I recall seeing Michelle, I think, on the Friday or Saturday before that. Maybe it was like the 19th or 20th.
Okay. And there was, based on that hearing, there was an order that came out on around that time period, we'll say. Days don't,
Your
around
Honor,
that
I'm
time
going to
period.
object. We're now getting into the specifics of hearings that I thought the court precluded any testimony about, and I avoided that, and now we're getting into it.
Well, the court is careful not to,
Your Honor, maybe
well,
approach-
the court is
approach-
careful not to come close to certain matters. But the court understands the question, essentially, this is the question that the court understands. The question that is coming. What was her demeanor on such and such a date? About a week before the 24th of May. That's how the court understands
A
it.
different matter, just a very brief on the off the record.
I think it's really weird. First of all, they need to turn their phone off. Put on Do Not Disturb. That SOS sound, that dun 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 dun. That's the SOS sound. That vibration sound is my what I have for Jacob. So I try not to say his name. I slip up sometimes.
Afternoon recess until 3:30. Please do not discuss the case.
For my kid, and so it was going off, and I was like, my kid's calling me, but he's not. It's somebody's phone sitting on the table by that microphone. But why is the messy mistress talking to the divorce attorney? That ain't got nothing to do with her.
Judge, does the court object if either I or the court just explains that there was the witness needed to, her transportation didn't arrive, and that's why it was an urgent thing, so they don't assume it's something related to the case?
It was about time for the recess in any event, so the court doesn't see the need for that. We can bring the jury in, please.
Haircut gate.
Yes, and you will move on if I. Attorney Rose, just a couple more questions, okay?
Certainly.
Okay. In one of these conversations with Michelle Troconis about the light at the end of the tunnel, did the defendant ever talk to you about the fact that she believed Jennifer Dulos was manipulating Fotis Dulos?
I do not recall. I do not recall that. No.
Okay. What about manipulating the court system?
There were probably comments about the court system. I can't recall a specific one, but I think that's normal for litigants not to be thrilled after 2 years.
And did she ever talk to you about her considering moving out of state?
I don't recall that, no.
Bye.
Or that she had a flight to out of state in June of 2017 scheduled?
Not to me, Attorney Manning.
And did she ever refer to Fotis Dulos and Jennifer Farber Dulos as toxic people?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just a few questions. You had mentioned, again, Greek Easter. What was you were invited to the Dulos home on Fort Jefferson Crossing?
I was.
How many people were there?
Maybe 20, somewhere in that 15 to 20.
Do you know who any of those people were?
Well, I know Michelle's family was there, and so I was able to meet her dad and mom. And I think there were some other family friends. I'm getting a little bit confused because there were some times where there were ski family friends that would go over. So on that one, I just generally remember the Troconis family there.
Was that a celebration? How was the atmosphere during that event?
The atmosphere was quite nice. It was pleasant. We were taught about some Greek culture things. There was Greek dancing. There was I don't know if there was just music or a band. I can't recall. And there was eventually, some plates. I think there's something traditional they do in the culture where some plates were broken, which, I come from a conservative background, so that shook me a little bit. But it was very festive, very happy.
Was there food?
It was fantastic food.
Now, you were asked questions by Ms. Manning about whether or not you communicated with Ms. Troconis in English. In your presence, did you hear her speaking other languages?
I did.
And what language or languages did you hear speak?
I don't know, but there would be different times when she would need to convert Fahrenheit to Celsius, and she would go into a different language and talk to Fotis in a different language. And I don't know if it was Greek or Spanish or something else.
Did she ever use Spanish words in the middle of her conversing with you in English?
I can't say it was specifically with me, but I was around her for races and things like that. We had other family friends that were friendly. So.
And she spoke in a different language to them?
Yes. Oh, not to the family and friends, but just around a group of people. I've heard her speak Spanish.
And
Nurse,
you
I gotta
mentioned
get you 5 memberships.
that you
Thank
had
you.
been with Michelle and Fotis the weekend before the disappearance. Remember those questions?
I do.
Where did you go?
So what we did, I think it was the Saturday after some hearings. I'm guessing that it was the 19th or 20th, around there. And the kids from the ski team were getting together. And there was a sort of a group of children who all raced together. So Nicole was there, one of my children was there, and then a group of other kids. They were all getting together in West Hartford with a cousin of mine who also had a daughter, and all the kids, it was sort of their big night out at the time. They were like 11 or 12 years old, and they were going into West Hartford Center to do dinner and I think a panic room or something like that. I don't know what it is. But
Did that include Michelle's daughter?
yes.
Could you describe the demeanor of Mr. Troconis on that evening? This would be after those hearings and before the disappearance. Would you describe her demeanor that
Sure.
evening?
I saw her, and I saw Fotis, and there may have been another couple, and it was just a very brief exchange, but she was, as I always saw her, happy, smiling, with warm greetings, and, life seemed to be good at that point.
No further questions.
Just briefly, sir, with respect to Greek Easter, were Fotis Dulos' children present?
No, they were not.
And in fact, there was an order in court saying that if Michelle Troconis was there.
Objection.
Well, this is running far afield of the...
I'll withdraw it, Your Honor. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Manning.
Attorney Rose, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh. Oh, sorry, Lucy. Did I wake you up? My bad. My bad, bro. All right. So, thoughts? Do you think that did any good for the defense? I don't. Okay. Think about it like this. Right now, here we are with yet another defense witness, and what did we learn? We learned that there were no changes made or expected by the court. Like, everything was still in place. At that time, there were no changes to the custody order. He still had his supervised visits in place, and that's what he was allowed. And that was right before her disappearance. So all that, like, oh, cheers to, I'm going to get more time with the kids, and I'm about to have them at the ski club more, and, even during the week and stuff like that, all that, looking kind of suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. I don't think they've had any witnesses that have really helped. But what do I know? I'm not an attorney. I just talk about them on YouTube.
You could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give?
Good point, Kathy Davidson, too. And Michelle was getting pushy. Good point about Michelle, too, because that's something I noticed, too. He's sitting there talking about how, Michelle and he would have conversations about... First of all, the mistress ain't got no business talking to the divorce attorney. She ain't got no business doing a lot of things she did, but that's neither here nor there. But she had no business talking to that divorce attorney, and she's sitting there talking about all of this stuff with, how she's so frustrated with their divorce and stuff. Well, you poor thing. Maybe next time you get a boyfriend, maybe he shouldn't be married with 5 children.
Regarding this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or upon penalty of perjury. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
RANIA-OUTS.
You may be seated.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nunes.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you to speak up or maybe use the microphone a bit because you speak a little softly in its big room, okay? Could you please indicate to the members of the jury, what town do you live in?
Canton.
Could you tell us what you do for a living?
I'm a real estate agent.
Where do you practice as a real estate agent?
I'm licensed for the entire state, but primarily the Farmington Valley towns.
What kind of real estate do you...
Sorry, I'm going to stop this real quick. The Guardian testified about how both Michelle and Fotis were upset at the judge, how the judge ruled at that last hearing. And you just heard him say that nothing had changed in that. So this is all more evidence that he wasn't getting custody of them.
Either market or sell or
that he
or
did
buy
get
as
custody of them.
Residential.
How long have you been doing that?
Since 2018.
Can you tell me whether or not in 2019 you have any prospective buyers looking to build a home in the Farmington Avon area, the Farmington Valley area?
Yes.
Could you just tell us what the interests of those individuals are? What were they seeking?
Any specific buyers?
Well, let me talk about specifically May 2019. Did you have any prospective buyers who wanted to build a home?
Yes, I did.
And what were they seeking, if you recall?
A home up to $1.1 million.
Did you reach out to any builders to discuss the kind of construction that could be had for that family or those individuals for in that price range?
Yes.
And again, could you speak up a little? I can't really.
Yes.
Can you tell us who you reached out to?
Fotis Dulos.
Did you know Fotis Dulos to be a builder of higher-end homes in the area?
Yes.
How did you what did you do? What did you plan with Mr. Dulos?
I plan to bring the prospective clients to meet with him so he could show them some plans of a home that, he could build to their liking.
Was there any discussion with Mr. Dulos about having those clients of yours look at any of his other properties?
Yes.
Calling your attention specifically to the week of between May 17th and May 25, 2019, that 8-day period, did you specifically make arrangements with regard to a meeting with Mr. Dulos during that time?
Yes.
And just tell us how that came about.
So I reached out to him via phone calls or text, I don't recall which one, probably both, and set up an appointment.
What did you tell him you wanted to do?
Talk to him, bring my clients to either show them one of his homes that he had already built so they could take a look at the quality of his work and also look at some plans if he could scale down to fit their budget.
Was there a particular property that you had in mind that you wanted to show your clients in terms of the quality of the work?
I did not. I was open to whatever he wanted to show them.
Did you make arrangements with Mr. Dulos to show a particular property?
Yes.
And what was that address?
80 Mountain Spring Road.
And what did you know about 80 Mountain Spring Road in Farmington at that time?
I believe it was for sale at the time. It was clearly larger and out of budget for my clients, but it was a good representation of his work.
Did you plan a particular time to meet with Mr. Dulos?
Yes.
Do you recall what day that was?
Saturday, May 25th.
Of 2019?
Correct.
Did you in fact accompany your clients to a meeting with Mr. Dulos on the morning of May 25th, 2019?
Yes, we met there.
When you say there, where did you meet?
At Ford Jefferson Crossing.
Where in that address?
In the office.
And were you there with your customers, your clients?
Yes, I met them there.
This the day after.
Who else was Mr. Dulos present?
Yes.
Was anyone else present at that time?
Yes.
Who else was there?
Michelle Troconis.
Did you talk to her on that occasion?
I probably said hello.
Did you observe what she was doing on that occasion?
She was on a laptop.
On her laptop?
Yes.
Doing something on her computer?
Yes.
During the meeting with Mr. Dulos, how long did that last?
About 30 minutes.
And at some point, would it have been customary when you showed clients houses with a builder, would you have the builder accompany the individuals with you to the property?
It depends on the situation. Most often, yes.
Did Mr. Dulos accompany you to the address to 80 Mountain Spring Road on that Saturday, May 25th?
No, he did not.
Did he indicate why he couldn't?
He said he had a meeting he had to get to.
Now, during the meeting with Mr. Dulos, what did you talk about?
Strictly the house plans. He brought out several plans. He did most of the talking, and he asked a lot of questions from the prospective clients about what they were looking for, and it was really that kind of conversation.
Was it all business related communications?
Yes.
Did he ever say anything that seemed out of place for that conversation?
No.
At some point, did he have to depart?
He did.
And you indicated he said he had another meeting he had to go to?
Correct.
So how did you get into the property at 80 Mountain Spring?
He gave me the code of the garage.
Did you go with the clients to 80 Mountain Spring?
Yes.
This was about what time on May 25th?
Probably 9:45.
A.m.?
Yes.
When you went inside, just describe how it appeared to you inside.
Like an empty home that was unoccupied.
Was it in a condition for showing?
Yes.
Was there any trash around?
No.
Any garbage?
Okay,
bags?
so this is the showing. She said that she went to meet Fotis, and she saw Fotis and Michelle at Fort Jefferson Crossing in the morning, and this is the Saturday after the Friday that Jennifer disappeared. So she had a meeting with Fotis, and Michelle was there at the Fort Jefferson Crossing house at the house, and then she took her clients to the workhouse to show them that. Now, remember, they said that Michelle was there cleaning. Of course, we've proven that with the back and forth timeline thing or whatever, that she wasn't actually there long enough to clean anything, and she had never cleaned anything before, but I digress. They said that that's what she was there doing, that she was at 80 Mountain Spring at the workhouse to clean. So she's saying that she did have a showing at 80 Mountain Springs on that Saturday.
Nothing that we saw.
Anything out of place?
No, there was nothing there.
Did you go through the entire house?
I wouldn't say the entire house. We went through the main floor, went upstairs, probably looked at one or two of the bedrooms just for them to get an idea, again, of the quality of his work.
Did the codes, were the codes to get in, you said it was a keypad code?
Correct.
Where was that located?
On the garage door.
Did you go in through the garage?
Yes.
How long would you say you were at the meeting with Mr. Dulos, at his office?
No more than 30 minutes.
And then when you went to 80 Mountain Spring Road, how long were you inside the structure once you punched in the code?
Probably no more than 10 minutes.
And I asked you about specific things. Was there anything that appeared out of place?
No.
You indicated that there were some communications with Mr. Dulos just to set up the appointment?
Correct.
I'm going to mark this for identification.
They said that she went there to clean it. That was her story.
Yeah.
And Pavel said when he got there, they were in the driveway and there was no
Yes.
cleaning products or
Showing you
anything
what's been
around.
marked as Exhibit XX for identification. If I just have a moment.
Good question.
Oh, it is already.
Well, not this.
Yeah.
Not mine. Oh, no objection, Your Honor. This is already entered in a different exhibit, in a different format, I should say.
So XX admitted as full.
Does this then, I'm going to ask, does this contain the communications with Mr. Dulos about setting up the appointment for having your clients meet with him?
Yes.
And what were the dates of the text messages?
5/24. They were all on 5/24.
And that the meeting was to take place when?
5/25.
I'll just
Okay,
briefly
so-
show it to the jury. I realize it was in as part of the state's exhibit, but.
I love text messages. Of course, I don't ever hardly read any of mine, but I love seeing them in court.
It's kind of hard to see. That should be fun. It just takes a second. It's so hard to see. It's not.
Okay. And again, just so if you look in the screen in front of you or behind you, these are the, I'll wait till it focuses in, Exhibit XX. This is the string of text messages about it between you and Mr. Dulos?
Yes. It's a little blurry, but yes.
Can't see that.
And you indicated that down at the bottom that your clients had a specific budget?
Correct.
And was that what's noted here, the 1.1 million bill?
To build, yes.
And that means to build a house with a budget limited to 1.1 million?
Correct.
You said that 80 Mountain Spring Road is not within that budget?
No.
It was more expensive than
Yes.
that? Thank you. I have no further questions.
Wait, I have questions. Back up. How come you know what? Give him one thing to do and he can't even do that right. How come you can't get some dang clear text messages? Get it together, man. This is the stuff we've been waiting on. What time is this? This is the 24th at 2. Hold on. Let me get my old lady glasses. Hold on. We about to check this alibi. Let me get my old lady glasses. Let me see what I can see here. Can you call me? Okay. Can you call me when you get this message? I need to ask you something. That was at 2:03. Got it. 2:03 something. Okay, any possibility you can bring a couple plans for a $1.1 million build? They know what they are seeing is way out of budget, but maybe a couple plans would be good. Okay, so if this was at 2, is that what that says?
That clients had a specific budget?
Correct.
And was that what's noted here, the 1.1 million?
2:03. Is that what that said? You know what? I bet he made it dang hard to read on purpose. That looks like 2:03. Okay, so this is 2:03. Oh, hold the front door. If this is 2:03 when she's texting saying, hey, are we on for 9? I need to see the whole thing. I wish he could.
Or clients had a specific budget?
Correct.
And was that what's noted?
Hold on, I want to look one more time. If he would show a clear thing with the times, I want to see the times. It looks like 2:03. I need better eyeballs. No, I need better screenshots. This says 2:03. We are on for tomorrow at 80 Mountain Spring. Can you call me when you get this message? I need to ask you something. Okay. So at 2:03 it was confirmed, but at 1:53 he called her
down at
and
the bottom
said
that your clients
he
had a
needed her
specific.
to clean. So at 2:03 they made the plan for, confirmed the plan for them to go to 80 Mountain Spring at 2:03. But according to the alibi script and the phone records and all of that, it was 1:53 when, or was it 1:36? Now I'm getting my times confused. Hold on, let me look at my notes. When he called her to come help clean. Let's see. 1:53.
Budget?
Correct.
And was that what's noted here, the 1.1 million build?
To build, yes.
And that means to build a house with a budget limited to 1.1 million?
Correct.
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Good afternoon. Good. How are you?
My name is Michelle Manning. I represent the state. We've never met or talked.
No.
Right. Okay. Just a couple questions.
Sure.
Okay. I actually wanted to ask you a little bit more of the exhibit counsel just asked you about. You texted Fotis Dulos on May 24th about somebody, a client that's interested?
Yes.
The property?
Yes.
Okay. If I may just approach the clerk here. Okay, 131. Did you work with Fotis Dulos often?
Not often, but I did in the past, yes.
Okay. Now, did you have well, let me just ask you, what was the nature of your employment or, I guess, relationship with him or business relationship with him?
I was not employed by him.
Did you frequently contact him to sell properties or meet with clients?
Not frequently, no.
And on May 24th, was that the first time that you had contacted him for that particular client to see a property or to see 80 Mountain Spring Road?
I don't remember, but I would imagine it would have been. That was the first time I was out with those particular clients.
Okay. If I may just have one moment, Your Honor. The state's intention to show states 131. I think I just have to plug it back in. There you go. And this, yep. Thank you. Now, Council showed you some text messages.
Oh yeah, bring them back up. Make them clear.
I may just have one moment, Your Honor. On states 134, I'm going to open file 2 and 3, and actually file titled SMS Fotis Messages.
I hope she shows us the whole thing because I want to know.
Ma'am, if you can, line 1, do you see the TV in front of you?
Oh yeah, that's easier to see.
And if you go all the way across here to this column titled Party, do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, right below that, 860-212-7849, is that you?
Yes.
Okay, and the text message here, call me, my client is ready to meet with you to see plans, I want to take him to the home you redid on Mountain Spring as well. Is that your text message to him that day?
Yes.
Okay, and when did you send that?
Would that be the timestamp?
Yes, so that's reflected there, 7:18. Did you send it then in the morning?
I guess so.
Did he respond right away?
I don't remember.
Okay, well, if I can, I'm gonna actually.
Why didn't he show these? This is, you can read this so much better.
Go down here. Here, did you send him another text message?
I did.
Okay, and that's at 9:02?
Correct.
And that's you as well?
Yes.
Okay, and it says, call me, my client's ready to meet with you to see plans. I want to take him to the home you redid on Mountain Spring as well. Did you just resend the message?
Yes.
And is that because you got no response?
Probably.
Okay. And did you eventually get a response from Mr. Dulos? Do you recall?
I'm sure I did because we did meet the next day.
And was it later in the day?
I don't remember.
Okay. And she's gonna open the video marked Fotis messages and just fast forward it to here if I can.
Why would he not have shown this when it's so much easier to see? Well, you know he didn't respond
I'm going to
till.
draw your attention over here, ma'am. This says the phone call. I think this is the
1:30.
902 one. That's the second phone call, or I'm sorry, not phone call, text message that you sent, Fotis Dulos?
Yep.
Okay. And over here, it says you sent it at 9:02. Did you get a response after 1:33? Does that refresh your recollection about the time that you sent him? That he responded to you?
That he responded? I don't remember that. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, thank you. Did you also call?
I don't remember that.
Either way, you texted him twice that morning and he didn't respond to those text messages.
Yes.
Right. Okay. When you went to 80 Mountain Spring Road on the next day, the 25th, you indicated you on direct that you didn't go through the entire property.
Correct.
Okay. And what were you looking at?
The finishes, the type of cabinets, the countertops, the millwork.
And just to be clear, you don't have any experience in criminal law or criminal investigations?
Me?
Irrelevant to this witness?
Well, the court does not know where that question goes. So,
Goes to her observations, Your Honor, which were directly asked about on direct examination.
well, the previous question had to do with what this witness showed her clients, countertops, cabinets, millwork. Then the next question is, you don't have any experience essentially in criminal investigation. So,
I can withdraw, Your Honor, and ask a few foundation questions if I can. When you were there with clients, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How many people were you with?
A husband and a wife.
And you were trying to sell them something?
Correct.
And you were looking at countertops, the finishes, and it's a beautiful property, right?
Correct.
Okay. You weren't looking for evidence of any murder or anything, correct?
No.
Okay. That wasn't even something you were looking for?
well, the answer is no. So that would seem to foreclose that line of question.
If I may, ma'am, have you ever been to 80 Mountain Spring Road before?
Have I been there before?
Yes.
Before?
Before that day?
Yes.
Okay. And you did that often? Did you go often?
No.
Nothing further. Thank you.
No further questions.
Ma'am, you may step down.
That's funny that the prosecution used it to point out, like, oh, so you messaged him at 9? And then again at this time, and then again at this time. Oh, and you didn't hear back till 1:30? Oh, go ahead and prove our point again. He didn't have his phone. Funny.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, upon penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
It's Sergeant Christopher Pellegro, CHRISTOPHERALLEGRO.
Sergeant, you may be seated.
Thanks, sir.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Allegro.
Good afternoon.
You're here pursuant to a subpoena,
Yes, ma'am.
and you and I spoke for the first time yesterday,
Yes.
pretty late last night,
Yes.
and I told you about some questions that I was going to ask you,
Yes.
and you shared that information with the state.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury like where you're employed, what your rank is? I know you're a sergeant. Just tell them a little bit about your background.
Well, I've been with the Connecticut State Police for 18 years.
Okay, I'm gonna go a little bit
obviously I
faster
had assignments
during
and
the
patrol,
background.
resident trooper position, and it was a major crime for 11.
I'm sure he's lovely. I don't need
As part
to
of
know.
that investigation, did you interview Pavel Bunyani?
Yes, I was part of an interview that was conducted in July of 2019.
July 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that interview, you talked about Fotis Dulos,
Yes,
and also there was some talk about Michelle Troconis.
I believe so.
Did you know at the time that Pavel worked for Fotis Dulos in 2019?
Yes, I did.
And that he had worked for Fotis for many years?
Yes.
What was your purpose in interviewing Pavel Bunyani
Well,
in July of 2019?
The primary detective assigned was Detective Michael Butin, and I was basically a co-chair in the interview. So we do that we utilize 2 detectives when we're conducting interviews.
And that interview that day in July of 2019, was that a lengthy interview?
It was.
About how long did it last?
To the best of my recollection, somewhere in the approximately 8 hours.
During that interview, was Pavel Bunyani represented by counsel?
He was.
Do you remember who that attorney was?
I believe it was Attorney Lindy Urso.
And when you're interviewing people, do attorneys always bring their clients in to talk to you?
Judge, I'm just going to object.
Grounds.
Relevance as to what other attorneys do.
Grounds?
Well, this is preliminary to other matters, so the court will overrule the objection.
You can answer that. Do attorneys always bring clients in to meet with you and subject themselves to interviews?
Not often, but it does happen.
And when it does happen, is there a thought that, or did you have a thought in this case, that this might be your only opportunity to interview Mr. Bunyani?
Is there objection on relevance?
Well, the question is essentially, this is how the court hears the question. Based on the preliminary question, since this doesn't happen often, did you think this was the only time you'd get to interview Pavel Bunyani? That's how the court hears the question. And the grounds are
relevant.
Overruled.
You can answer the question.
Just repeat it,
Yeah,
please.
did you realize that this may be your only opportunity to interview Mr. Bunyani?
I would say yes.
Was your goal to get as much information as you could from him about things related to this investigation?
Well, Detective Butin was the primary on that, so he had I guess you would say, a series of questions that he needed to have answered, and I was supplemented to those.
All right, so Sergeant, was it Sergeant Butin at the time?
At the time, Detective Butin.
Oh, Detective Butin. Detective Butin had prepared questions to ask Mr. Bunyani at that interview?
Yes.
And you also asked questions?
I did.
And it sounds like, I'm assuming Attorney Urso also asked questions?
I believe so. There was some commentary.
In order to get that information, you used different, did you use different interview techniques?
Well, every interview is unique, so you have to adapt to the information that's provided. So once, questions are asked to elicit responses, you work off of the information that's provided to you from whoever you're speaking with.
And is that what you did in this interview?
Yes.
During that interview, you understood that Mr. Bunyani had some citizenship concerns?
He had expressed that, I believe, in the beginning of the interview, as to his status, or green card status, I recall. And, that was made known during the interview.
And part of that was you had assured him that if you wanted to do that, you could have done that, but you didn't. You could have called immigration.
Just going to object, Your Honor. Close for your sake.
Well, the question that the court heard is, essentially, this witness could have verified Mr. Gumiani's status without talking to Mr. Gumiani about it. That's how the court understands the question. Is that the question, John?
Yes, sir.
Overruled.
You can answer that.
Could you repeat it, please?
Probably not in the same fashion, but did you assure Mr. Gumiani that you had to call immigration, and if you wanted to, you would have?
I believe at that stage of the interview was somewhere onwards and upwards of the 3 hours into it, and there was I guess you could say, an exhale portion, as most of the areas that we needed to cover were, that I was reassuring him that the green card status wasn't something that we were going to be looking into.
Okay. And when you say the exhale portion, can you explain that a little bit to the jury, what you mean by that?
Well, the interview itself started around 10 o'clock in the morning, and it lasted a duration of about 8 hours, so around the 3.5 hour time frame. Most of the information that Detective Butin and myself had to collect was gone over. So at that point, Mr. Gumeni was had, I guess, an exhale moment where he appeared to be relieved.
Do you mind just speaking up a little bit? Can you just repeat that last part of your sentence of what you said?
Well, Mr. Gumeni, after that portion, appeared to be relieved as he was afforded the opportunity to come in with counsel and actually explain some areas that we had some inconsistencies or some concerns about. So they were basically at that point explained from his position, which put them into framework for us, which were reasonable.
And did you ever make any guarantees that he wasn't going to get charged at any point?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. And part of your questioning, you asked some open-ended questions,
Typically,
and sometimes, I guess, based on those questions, you asked some specific questions.
yes.
Was it your understanding at the time that Mr. Gumiani was in there pursuant to any kind of cooperation agreement
I was unaware of anything like that.
or any immunity agreement?
Been mentioned to me.
And one of the specific questions, you wanted to know if Fotis had ever said anything to Mr. Gumiani, anything that might not, whether it was relevant at the time. You were just looking to see tell the jury, if you were looking to see whether Mr. Gumiani had any conversations with Fotis that stick out in his mind. Do you remember asking him some specific questions related to that?
I do.
And was one of those specific questions, if there's something else that you're holding on to, I mean, now is the time. Like if he even said outright, like, fuck that bitch, I'm going to kill her. But anything like that, man, do you remember saying that to him?
I do.
All right. During the course, do you know what point in the interview that was that you had said that? Was it maybe in the first 4 hours, second 4 hours?
It was in the second half of it again. As the interview progressed, obviously, more information was uncovered and was able to be, put into context from his perspective. And it was reasonable to us. So towards the end, there was more of a I wouldn't call it a lull, but there was a moment where, we were gathering ourselves as there were 4 people in the room. And at which point, knowing that I was the primary assignment for Fotis Dulos, I took an opportunity to ask him a question, knowing the history that he and Jennifer had, being contentious divorce and whatnot, to see if there was any moments where he had just said something outrageous, whether it was out of frustration or anger or something to that extent in Pavel's presence. And so that's the question that I asked him, to which he replied no.
And did he ever say that Michelle Troconis said anything of that nature?
Judge was going to object at this point. It's hearsay.
Your Honor, it's Code of Evidence 6-5. I'm happy to be heard.
Well, first, the line of questioning is, did you ever say such and such to Mr. Gumiani? And the witness's response was yes. The next question, counsel, repeat it, please.
Whether Mr. Gumiani said at any point during the course of that interview that Michelle Troconis said anything of that nature.
And the objection is hearsay.
It is, Judge, and I'm looking at 6-5. I don't see the applicability, quite frankly.
I'm happy to be heard either in or outside of the jury's presence or outside of Your Honor.
Counsel, you will get an opportunity to be heard. The court's not going to foreclose that. The court is just contemplating the objection. The question really is, during that interview, did Pavel Gumiani ever say that Michelle Troconis said anything like what was reported to? That's the question, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the objection is hearsay. Well, Mr. Gumiani, the evidence is already in that he is under an immunity agreement, has been granted immunity, unless he perjures himself, he would have the benefit of that agreement. The question is, did he, who may not have been under the agreement at the time, ever say that Michelle Troconis said something that paralleled what this witness said, Fotis Dulos could have said? Overruled.
You can answer that.
The interview was obviously 8 hours in duration, and I, to date, have not had an opportunity to review the entire 8 hours, so I cannot be consistent with saying no. However, I do not recall asking him myself a specific question related to Michelle Troconis.
Do you recall, though, the question is whether or not Mr. Gumiani said Michelle said anything of that nature during the course of the interview?
I'd have to review the entire interview in its entirety to make that determination.
Would you like some time to review it?
Well, the court is not going to give the witness time to review an 8-hour interview. The court understands the testimony to be, first, the witness said he does not even recall asking Mr. Gumiani about Michelle Troconis. So the logical inference is that he cannot remember, or Mr. Gumiani didn't say anything like that came from the mouth of Michelle Troconis.
May I ask that question, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you recall whether Mr. Gumiani said that anything like that was said by Michelle?
I don't recall that.
At some point the interview ended?
Yes, ma'am.
And at the end of the interview, did you encourage Mr. Gumiani to reach out to you if he thought of anything else or had anything else to say to you?
Yes, typically at the end of an interview, we'll still afford, anybody that's present our contact information to reach out to us should they have additional questions or concerns or information.
And do you remember whether you did that in this case?
Yes.
Did Mr. Gumiani reach out to you at any point from that interview date in July of 2019 to January of 2024?
No.
I have no further questions, thank you.
She said, do you want time to review it? And the judge was like, he's not going to have time to
No
review
question,
an
Judge.
8-hour interview.
Jordan, you missed it.
That was kind of funny, actually. So,
Your Honor, can we approach for logistics from there?
sidebar. Look at the messy mistress. Is she crying? Is she crying? Does she realize things aren't going well for her? Is she gonna... We gonna have some Murdaugh snot? Oops, I made myself real big. Oh, dang. Who's this? Who's this? Oh, she gone. No more witnesses? I guess they got rid of that witness. You know, she is probably realizing this ain't going well for her. Ah, good point, some rando. I notice when she's crying, she doesn't cover herself with her hair. She wants to make sure you see it. All the other times she hides behind her hair. She does, and she faces the other way and all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It was her friend or sister. Let's see. Are they coming back? Oh.
Please report. It is anticipated, and the court stresses anticipated, that the defense will rest tomorrow.
Oh, dang!
So we conclude today's proceeding. Please report for the session tomorrow, which will begin at 10 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case, and please avoid all media reporting about the case, and have a good evening.
It is anticipated. So originally they said that it was anticipated that they were going to rest on Monday. And yeah, she got her tissue and everything. Woo-wee! It was anticipated they were going to end Monday and then do the charge conference and then do the contempt hearing. So, if they are anticipated to rest tomorrow, and they do rest tomorrow, then they may be able... Oh, I'm blurry. The force. See? Good. Then they may be able to have rebuttal if the state does any kind of rebuttal, and then move into the charge conference, possibly. I still don't see the contempt hearing happening tomorrow, but they will do the contempt hearing on Monday, I'm sure. So defense will continue tomorrow. They are going to start at 10 Eastern, and we are going to start here about the same time that we did today. Maybe a little bit earlier. We might be able to do noon. That put us kind of perfect, really, because we ended up catching up at the very end of the day, and we got to listen to most of everything in 1.25, some of it in 1.5, most of it in 1.25. So, Dang. So what do y'all think? Do you think that the defense scored any kind of points with the jury today, with any of those witnesses? The only thing I can think of is they did show that there was a showing at the house Saturday. But they also showed that Fotis wasn't answering his phone and all of that on Friday. And even showing that there was a showing doesn't really matter because we can tell with all of the video footage and stuff that Michelle wasn't there long enough to clean. Woo, buddy. Okay, so the contempt hearing is for Michelle. We talked about this. I think we did it on our weekend stream because this is when I was still having nausea issues during the week, which I didn't have to do this week. Thank God, which is why I'm here. But the laptop that was in front of her, they said that she had the sealed court document on there from the divorce hearing that she wasn't supposed to have, and she had it pulled up on the computer and zoomed in so that people in the audience could see it and people like the camera could see it. And she's not supposed to have it, much less have it pulled up. And they said that she had, when the DNA expert was up there, she had an article pulled up about DNA expert falsifies testimony or something. Messy Michelle being Messy Michelle. That's exactly what was happening. Mermaid, hi, thank you for the super chat. Hi, Ray, did I miss the video of P.O. Box? Oh, no, I didn't post the video. I'll post that. I'll post that tonight. Treats that you shared last week. No rush, but excited to see how you, Mom, and Lucy liked him. And I gave my mom this stuff, and then I texted her last night to ask how she liked it, and she told me stop texting her. She's sleeping, so I'll call her in a little while. But thank you very much. I forgot the video, but I will post it. Marie Miles with our official stats. 6 witnesses, 2 sidebars, 35 objections in any event. I love those. One of those. Oh my gosh, Marie Moss, I'm so glad you recorded this. Somebody screenshot this and post it. The memory witness said, I don't remember 46 times. 46 times. And defense witnesses are 0 for 11. I love that stat. That's awesome. I'm so glad you counted that. That is hilarious. Nancy D, happy 7th wedding. Will Michelle go to jail on any of the counts if found quilty? Yeah. We'll look at that. We'll take a look at that tomorrow too, and see what the Connecticut law says is the how much she would do for each. We'll take a look at that. 7 whole months. Brandi, please say, how did I say it? I don't know how did I say it weird? She crying? I don't know how I said it. Sneaky snake stuff. That's a sneaky snake. Y'all ever seen that video? Sneaky little snake. That video is freaking hilarious. Woo! Messy mistress. Oh yeah, I posted a picture of the quilts. The quilts are awesome. Mermaid sent me a whole big box of stuff for me, Lucy, and my mom. It's awesome. Did I miss any other anniversaries? I don't think I did. I think I got it, right? I think I got it. Oh, good. You posted the Facebook group. Yeah, that's hilarious. Oh my gosh, so funny. So funny. All right, y'all. That is it. Oh, you clicked. I don't even know how I said it. I mean, she crying? Is that how, that's how I think I say it. I don't pay attention. Someone wanted you to soundbite the way you initially said it when we saw she was. I don't even know how I said it. I wasn't paying attention. All right. Good day, y'all. Good day today. I enjoyed it. I love spending time with y'all. Thank you so much. Thank y'all for super chats. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Thank you for hanging out. And I'm glad we got to watch. Not only did we get to see Justice for Harmony today, not only that, but also we got to see some spice today in the courtroom. Think about how boring this was when those first few days when it was like, ugh. And now we're finally getting to like a little bit of spice. Lucy, say bye to your friends. Tell them bye. Tell them bye. She's staring at me. She's like, is this me? We get to go for a walk. All right, y'all. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I will see y'all tomorrow. I'll get the stream set up in just a few minutes. I will see y'all. She gone. She already gone. As soon as I say, I will see y'all, she's like, oh, it's walk time. We're going to the beach. All right, y'all. I appreciate it. I will see y'all tomorrow.
I gotta go. I can't stick around here forever.
Everybody was wonderful. Everybody behaved. Everybody's always so nice to me.
Just love your channel.
Goodbye, people. Now, how the heck do I get out of here?